The Safe Place, a haunting British crime thriller. DCI Boyd Crime Series, Book 5. Written by Alex Scarrow, narrated by Aubrey Parsons. Dedication. This book is dedicated to Team Boyd. I can't believe it's nearly been a year since we began this journey. Your support and advice has been much appreciated. Prologue. His penknife made short work of the gull. He'd found it among the grass-tufted dunes, dead and surrounded by a drifting cloud of dislodged feathers. The penknife was one of those Swiss Army ones, a gift from his granddad. "Careful with it, boy. That blade's a sharp one." It really was. After he'd gouged the gull's eyes out and severed one of the wings, he'd finally decapitated the dead bird. The penknife had performed very well, taken its first blood. The boy wiped the blood off his hands with a fistful of grass, folded his penknife, and tucked it away in the back pocket of his jeans. He stood up to survey the beach and pushed the irritating curls of ginger hair out of his eyes. The beach was deserted. The school break had been a wet and miserable one this year, the broad sandy beach attracting only hardy dog walkers wrapped up in thick coats. Normally, at this time of the year, he found holiday kids to make friends with, but the weather so far had kept them away. He had just his own company, and his penknife to play with. Chapter 1. "So how long did you say this is going to take?" Gavin had made a thumb-in-the-air guess when he'd quoted Mr. Knight a figure for the job. The old man had said the basement was 30 feet or so in diameter, and 30, maybe 40 feet deep. Effectively, a very wide, very deep well, made of old bricks and crumbling mortar. "About a week, maybe 10 days, Gavin replied. "But that depends on how deep the water is, how fast it's coming in." "You gave me a firm figure," Knight reminded him. "I gave you an estimate," Gavin replied. He'd met more than his fair share of knobhead building developers who seemed to pride themselves on how much they could screw down a contractor once they'd started on a job. "If it takes longer, it'll cost more." Knight's already pink face pinked up a little more. "I want it pumped dry as quickly as possible. I need to get the concrete foundation in sharpish," he insisted. "I'll do what I can, Mr. Knight," Gavin muttered. "What you can do and what you The rest of whatever Mr. Knight was saying was drowned out by the noise of the pump starting up. The man's mouth was flapping away, jowls quivering, ruddy face animated while he demanded that he wasn't paying a penny more for this job than had been agreed over the phone. Or at least that's what Gavin presumed he was shouting over the deafening growl of the pump on the back of his flatbed truck. He could see the 18-inch wide hose inflating like sausage skin pumped full of blended gristle as the first of the basement water came up from below. The leading hump of liquid raced through the hose past his feet, across the raised berm of grass-tufted earth beside his truck, and off into the marshland beyond. Water going back to where it damn well belonged. Gavin turned away from Mr. Knight, who had given up protesting, and he wandered over to the hump of grass to check that the extracted water was being discharged far enough away from the base of the tower that it wasn't going to seep back into the basement. He could see dark, sludgy mud shitting its way out of the hose into the marshland a dozen yards away. Not unusual, that. Most jobs started with the thick sludge at the bottom, which was now giving the Generac Diesel Prime trash pump sitting on his truck's flatbed a hearty workout. He walked down the far side of the grassy berm into the soggy marshland to inspect the gunk coming out of the pipe. Too thick, and he was going to have to pull the inlet pipe up a bit from the bottom of the basement, or risk the whole thing clogging up. He definitely did not want to have to waste time clearing it. Knight had paid him to remove the marsh water from his flooded basement. If he was going to be a dick about their verbal agreement, then so be it. Gavin would pump the water out. The crap at the bottom could be Knight's fucking job. He squatted down beside the discharging hose, not particularly put off by the stench of rancid marsh water. He was used to it, in the way a fishmonger was accustomed to smelling of fish. Every trade had its stink. You either became nose-blind or found another job. The wire basket over the end of the outlet pipe was there to trap large items of debris, shopping bags, nappies, tin cans, plastic bottles and the like, and prevent that crap from contaminating the discharge. It made sense, really. Without a catch basket, he was essentially fly-tipping using water. So far, the basket contained a few bits and pieces. Some fragments of red brick, the inevitable, indestructible plastic bottles of pop displaying labels from another century, Tab, Cresta, and a green glass Coke bottle. Then he heard something hard rattle down the pipe towards the catch basket and clatter into the mesh. The muddy liquid that pushed past washed it almost clean. It took Gavin a few seconds to realize what he was looking at, nestled among the detritus trapped in the basket. "Fuck me," he gasped. Chapter 2. "Come on now, boss. I want you to give me 150% this time." Boyd glanced up at Minter, who was leaning over the bench press and looking down at him with an expression that lingered halfway between amusement and pity. "You can do it?" Boyd really couldn't. The muscles in his arms felt as useless and gelatinous as pork belly. He let the crossbar rattle noisily back into its rack just before his arms collapsed uselessly over the side of the bench. "Bloody hell," he wheezed. "I'm done." Minter clearly begged to differ. "You need to give me one more rep to complete the set," he insisted. "You can make that." "No, really, I'm absolutely buggered," Boyd said, puffing. Minter pulled his best encouraging face. "Oh, come on now. Don't you want to look all hench for that lady friend of yours?" He was talking about Charlotte. "She's not my lady friend," Boyd garbled between gasps for air. "Not in that sense, anyway." Minter smirked. Right-o, if you say so, boss. I do say so." Boyd struggled to raise himself into a sitting position on the weights bench. "And this isn't about being hench. It's about raising my general level of fitness." "Right." Minter nodded, clearly less than convinced. He cast his gaze across the gym. I see the rowing machine's come available now. Up you get." Minter offered Boyd a hand. "Now we got your heart rate up into fat-burning territory, the real work can start, see? So, we'll keep it in the zone with some cardiovascular work. Let's go." Minter pulled him up to his feet, and Boyd let his arms hang like unfilled shirt sleeves. "It's mostly leg and torso work, so," Minter grinned and patted him on the back, "you'll be just fine, boss." It was his sergeant's endless bloody goading and guilt-nudging that had convinced Boyd to come to the White Rock gym this morning before work. He was definitely regretting it now. "I can just about walk still," he complained. "I'm not sure I can pull on a pair of oar-handle things." "Soldier's chest, thighs, heart, and lungs," Minter said over his shoulder as they approached the recently vacated rowing machine. "It's a good all-in-one exercise. 10 minutes as hard as you can go, then we'll call it a day. How about that?" Boyd looked at the machine. The seat, at least, looked inviting. He slumped down onto it, and placed his feet on the bracing pedals. "Grab them handles, boss. I'll just tap in the time." Minter put 10 minutes on the machine screen clock. "Now this," he pointed at the display of zeros, "that's your distance. See if you can get that up to 3 kilometers in the time, okay?" Boyd had never ever used a rowing machine before. "Is that reasonable?" he asked. "I mean, for a beginner, I just—" "Oh, yes, easy peas." "Easy peas, eh?" Boyd was about 5 minutes into the timer, and a quarter of the distance he needed to be, according to Minter anyway, when his iPhone buzzed in the pocket of his shorts. He managed to ignore it the first time around, but when it started buzzing again, he abandoned the rowing a little too eagerly and pulled it out, expecting to see either Emma's face or Charlotte's name on the screen. He had unknown ID. "Yep," he answered. "DCI Boyd?" "Yep, who's this?" he asked, trying to mask his gasps for breath. "It's D.I. Abbott, sir." "D.I. Abbott? Hang on, what's wrong with using my work phone?" "I tried that already, sir. There was no answer," Abbott replied. "That's because it's not even 8 yet, for God's sake." Boyd shook his head. "What's the matter?" "We've got a body," Abbott informed him. "Right, well, you're still on shift, D.I. Abbott, so go and deal with it, and we'll hand over when I come in, all right?" "It's out beyond Camber Sands, sir. That's at least a 45-minute drive." Abbott, he was beginning to learn, was the laziest bastard he'd ever met. "So?" "The D-Sub's overtime band, sir. If I head out there and wait for you, there'll be several hours' worth to log." That man would take literally any bloody excuse to sidestep doing some actual police work, Boyd thought. "Abbott, if it's a murder, Sutherland will let it go. Trust me." "It's a bone," Abbott said. "Been there a while by the sound of it." "I thought you said a body." Boyd glanced at Minter and rolled his eyes. "Well, not a whole body," Abbott replied. "Just an arm or a leg bone. It was dredged up by some bloke pumping out a flooded basement, so I don't think there's an immediate or obvious crime scene to secure." That seemed to be Abbott speak for, "It can wait for someone else, sir, can't it?" The idle fucker had gone to the effort of looking up Boyd's personal contact number so that he could say he'd handed the case over rather than risk being pulled up for tapping into Sutherland's precious overtime budget. "Right, I'll deal with it, shall I?" Boyd said. "Get out of my bed, get dressed and—" "You're not in bed, though, are you, sir?" Abbott cut in. "Sounds more like a gym." Boyd was about to say he bloody well was in bed, when some knucklehead in the background let out an explosive oof as a barbell clanked down noisily into its storage rack. "Fine. Why don't you go and get yourself a nice cuppa then?" Boyd sighed. "I'll come in extra early to take this case." "Thank you very much. I'll do that, sir," Abbott said, the sarcasm entirely wasted on him. He hung up before Boyd could say anything else. "And fuck you very much," Boyd replied under his breath. Chapter 3. Boyd looked out of the passenger side window at the sandy hillocks topped with tussocks of hardy grass. At this time of year, without a cheerful blue sky to mitigate the drab browns and olives, the wetlands out here made for a truly bleak landscape. It was the perfect location for Peter Jackson to film some mournful marsh inhabited only by ringwraiths and Gollum. "Cheerless-looking place, isn't it, boss?" Boyd turned to D.S. Minter. "I was just thinking that." He looked back out of the window. "Just give me a speck of bloody colour to look at, please." "There you go," said Minter with a laugh. He was pointing at a grubby orange traffic cone, half submerged in a mound of tidal mud. "Yeah, nice," Boyd said. "Classy." "It's what you'd expect of wetlands, Gov," said Minter. "The birds love it out here." "Really? Are you sure?" Boyd had noticed the absence of any life at all, even those vicious little bastard seagulls, his personal nemesis. The drive so far had already taken 45 minutes, and, by the look of the ETA on Minter's phone, there was still another 20 minutes or so to go. D.I. Abbott hadn't been exaggerating. In fact, given how dispiriting it all appeared, Boyd was beginning to understand the man's reluctance to climb out from behind his desk and drive over. "How are the muscles?" asked Minter. Boyd flexed one of his arms and immediately regretted it. "Bloody sore," he said. "Ah, that's good news then," Minter told him, slowing down to steer them round a hairpin bend in the meandering marshland road. "That's tissue damage you're feeling there." "Tissue damage? And that's good, is it?" Boyd asked, incredulous. "That's right, and yes, it absolutely is. It means you've done some useful work. Your body will be reinforcing the tissue, making those muscles a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger for next time. Isn't it a great feeling? Makes you feel like the Incredible Hulk." "What?" Boyd muttered, really pissed off. "No, I mean bursting out of your clothes," Minter sighed. "I bloody love it, I do, and soon you will too." Boyd felt that he'd already, unfortunately, grown rather used to that feeling over the last few years, only in all the wrong places. "Oh, I don't know about that," he said to Minter doubtfully. "Oh, you will. Gets me buzzing, it does. If I don't get this feeling every morning and every evening, I feel like I've really let myself down." "You do that more than once a day?" Boyd said. "I do. 3 times some days. I got the Iron Man challenge coming up soon, haven't I?" Boyd vaguely recalled his detective sergeant announcing that a while back. "When is that?" he asked. "It's this weekend, boss. 2.5 miles swim, followed by 112 miles of cycling, then a 26-mile marathon, all back to back." "Christ! I booked a day's leave on Monday for muscle recovery," Minter said. "A day?" muttered Boyd. He suspected he'd need to be put into an induced coma for months to recover from a traumatic experience like that. They passed the rest of the journey in a comfortable silence, Boyd ruminating on how anyone could possibly live out here in this godforsaken place without ending up topping themselves, and Minter eagerly looking forward, no doubt, to the physical agony he'd organised for himself this weekend. Boyd finally spotted the building they were heading for on the horizon, with half a mile yet to go on the sat-nav. It was a stout and stubby rounded tower, like a scaled-down power station steam vent. It sat on a spur of marshland that looked like it would all but disappear come high tide. The road, now little more than a rutted dirt track, was meandering back and forth, following the contours of the marshland that was high enough to actually call itself land, bringing them slowly closer to the old building. As Minter made the final approach towards an apron of weed-tufted gravel, Boyd saw several dumped mounds of aggregate and sand, and pallets of bricks sitting at the old ruin's base, waiting to be used. Boyd spotted one of their CSI vans parked up beside a flatbed truck and a mud-spattered Land Rover. "How the hell did Sully beat us out here?" he asked. "He's always ready to go, isn't he? Tool bags packed. Regular little eager beaver," said Minter, pulling up beside the van. They got out of the warm fug of the car, into a stiff and bitterly cold gusting wind that was peppering them lightly with spots of salty water. Boyd pulled up the corner of his donkey jacket and fumbled in its pockets for a scarf or gloves or anything else he might have left there from last winter. He found a beanie, but his ears weren't quite cold enough yet to risk looking like some aging hipster in front of Minter and Sully. "Somewhat bracing, isn't it, Boyd?" Sully emerged from the driver's side of his van, already kitted out in his white bunny suit, blue gloves and Wellington boots. The wind was making the vinyl of his forensic suit snap and rustle. "Bloody freezing's more like it," Boyd replied. "You the first here?" "Indeed I am." Sully shook his head disparagingly. "You desk jockeys are all a bit sluggish in the mornings, aren't you?" Boyd was about to tell the overly chirpy Socko that he'd actually been up at 6 in order to go to the gym this morning, but he thought better of it. Sully had enough material without that comedy gift. "Some of us have lives outside work," said Boyd. "Who else is here?" "One owner and one contractor," Sully replied. "They're both inside." Boyd looked at the building. "So what is this then?" he asked. "It's a Martello tower," said Sully, head to one side, waiting for Boyd to ask. Boyd shrugged. "And?" "Well, since you ask so nicely," said Sully primly, "it's a coastal fortification tower built during the Napoleonic Wars. There are dozens along the south coast. Some were repurposed during the Second World War. Others," he indicated the building in front of them, "were left to slowly crumble." Boyd glanced up at the stubby brick tower. It definitely looked as though it had seen better days. The brickwork at the top had begun to cave in, leaving ragged gaps beneath the circular roof. There appeared to be a sapling growing on the top floor, with a limb sticking out through one of the upper gaps in a desperate attempt to reach daylight. It was remarkable, really. The only tree in sight from horizon to horizon. "Right, shall we get out of this bloody cold wind?" said Sully, clapping his hands together and heading for the base of the tower. Chapter 4. Sully led the way inside through an arched doorway. Boyd's eyes took a moment to adjust to the gloomy interior. He found himself standing on a creaking oak plank floor that was about 30 or 40 feet in diameter. Above him was an imposingly low wooden ceiling, supported by thick oak beams that ran from one side of the tower to the other. There were 8 small arched windows, 6 of them looking out to sea, the other 2 landward. It felt vaguely like being on the cannon deck of a tall, rigged Navy ship. He spotted the 2 civilians having a cigarette and pouring coffee from a thermos flask. Boyd rubbed his hands together. It wasn't much warmer inside, and he watched them enviously. "So, over here we have," Sully gestured at the younger of the 2 men, "Gary Merchant?" "Gavin, mate," the younger man corrected him. "Right, and this is the owner and developer Stephen Knight," Sully said, pointing at a ruddy-faced older man. Boyd stuck out a hand. "DCI Boyd, Sussex CID, and this is DS Minter," he said, waving a hand in Minter's direction. Mr. Knight shook it quickly and glared at him. "How damn long are we going to have to pause things here? I'm pissing money away every minute we spend standing around doing nothing." Boyd ignored him. "So, which one of you called this in?" he asked. "I did," replied Mr. Knight. "Where did you find the bone?" Boyd turned to Sully. "We've double-checked it's human, right?" Sully shot him a withering look. "It was pumped up out from the basement," said Knight, pointing at the snaking hose that ran across the wooden floor and down through an open trap-door in the middle of it. "The tower has a large underground storage area that's been flooded with marsh water. I've got to get it all out and fill it with concrete, bloody quickly." "Why have you got to do it bloody quickly?" Minter asked. "That floodwater is what's keeping the basement walls standing," Knight replied. "You remove the equalizing pressure of the water and the walls will begin to buckle." "How much water's been pumped out so far?" Boyd asked. "Hardly any at all," said Gavin. "I'd literally just started." He also sounded slightly pissed off, Boyd thought. "So this place is stable at the moment?" said Boyd. "Yeah, it's not going anywhere for now," said Knight. "But I'm paying out good money for Gavin here to stand around doing nothing, which neither of us are too chuffed about." Can we get a look at the basement? Boyd asked, ignoring the old man again. Knight shrugged. Help yourself. He pointed towards the trap door. Boyd wandered over and peered down through the open hatch into the darkness below. He pulled out his phone and turned on the torch function. Here you go, mate. Try a proper one. Boyd turned around to see Gavin holding out a long-handled torch to him. Thanks, he replied, snapping it on and aiming it down into the darkness. He could see an old, weathered wooden ladder descending into a flickering pool of ink-black water below. How deep is this water? He asked. At least 30 feet, I reckon, Gavin said, turning to Knight for confirmation. Yes, 30, maybe 40 feet is very deep, Knight replied. Straight down? No intervening floors? Boyd asked. There's an unstable floor, somewhere halfway down, I think, said Knight. You'd be daft to put any weight on it, though. It'll be rotted through by now. Sully and Minter came over to squat beside Boyd and peer down into the darkness. The three of them blowing clouds of condensed breath into the space between them. The torchlight glinted back at them, bouncing off the black water. Looks like Cthulhu could emerge from the depths at any moment, said Sully, shuddering. Who's Cthulhu? Asked Minter, staring down into the void. You read any H.P. Lovecraft? Asked Sully. Minter shook his head. Shocker, Sully replied. Cthulhu is an evil and ancient supernatural being. Boyd lay on his front, pulled himself a little further forward, then ducked his head and shoulders down through the hatchway and panned the torch left and right. The beam of light picked out the damp brick wall all the way around. He could see what appeared to be the top of a wooden post emerging from the water, but little else. Watch out for those tentacles, cautioned Sully softly. The great old one does not like to be disturbed. Tentacles? Queried Minter. Oh, yes, replied Sully with hushed reverence. Aye, those poor souls who have glimpsed him and remained sane. They say he resembles an octopus crossed with a dragon. Boyd couldn't help chuckling at Sully's hokey accent, located somewhere between the witches of Macbeth and a wind-weathered Cornish trawlerman. He pulled himself back up to a kneeling position with a groan. We'll need to get a diver down there. Then he heaved himself onto his feet, groaning again. Are you all right, Boyd? Asked Sully. I think I might have broken him, admitted Minter. I took him to the gym with me this morning, put him through his paces. Sully whistled and winced. The gym, eh, Boyd? This on behalf of your new lady friend? Boyd ignored him and turned to Knight. We're going to have to get a diving team to investigate before you can do any more work on this tower, he said. Knight didn't look too pleased about that. Well, how long's that going to bloody well take? A few days, maybe, I don't know. I'm also going to need you to come to the police station in Hastings to make a statement. What? Knight spluttered. Oh, for fuck's sake! That's an hour's drive away at least. I know, said Boyd. Today, if that's possible. Knight shook his head and slapped his hand down against his thigh. For fuck! It's money I'm losing here. Do you understand? Is that me too? Asked Gavin. I could be taking my punt to do another job. Yep, both of you, I'm afraid, Boyd said. Sorry, gents. He turned to Sully. How old do you think the bone is? Do you mean the person's age, or how long has it been down there? Sully asked. The latter. Sully shrugged. It's totally clear of any soft material. Decades, probably, but... Boyd, FYI. Yep. It's a young bone. A teenager, I'd say. Chapter 5. It was gone 11:30 by the time Boyd and Minter returned to the station. Boyd's hankering for a warm, frothy coffee had reached epic proportions before they'd even parked the pool car and entered the building. But his thigh muscles were screaming blue murder by the time he'd made it to the first floor. Do you want me to go up and get you one? Offered Minter, Christ, would you? I can barely bloody hobble, Boyd said, rubbing his thighs. He shuffled into the CID's main floor, over to his desk, and collapsed into his chair with a groan of relief. Okaki looked up from what she was doing. "You all right, Gav?" she asked. Boyd peeled off his jacket and hung it over the back of his seat. "I made the huge mistake of letting Minter lure me into a gym," he confessed. "Ouch," she replied. "Exactly. Every bloody part of me hurts. If he wasn't getting me a coffee, I'd hate him right now." Okaki laughed. "Have you just come back from Jury's Gap?" Boyd nodded. "I noticed from the logs that it came in during Abbott's shift." "It certainly did, but you know what Abbott's like," he said with a sigh. "Useless?" Boyd shrugged. "To be honest, Okaki, I wouldn't know if he's useless. I don't think I've seen him actually do anything yet." "He's great at sliding bits of paper around his desk," offered Okaki. "So, Gav, what's the gist?" "We've got an arm bone that's been sucked up out of the basement of an old ruined Tower Fort lighthouse thing," Boyd said. "How old's the bone?" Okaki asked. "Sully says decades. He reckons, from the length of the bone, we're looking at a young adult." "Male? Female? Do we know?" Boyd shook his head. "Not yet." "Want me to make a start trawling through Miss Purse?" she asked him. "I'm just going to give Sutherland a quick update first, then I'll call a team meeting," Boyd said. "Go grab a fag break and a coffee if you want. You got time." "Ah, good morning, Boyd," said Sutherland. He appeared to be annoyingly pleased with himself. "You sound happy, sir," Boyd said. "I am. I had my Weight Watchers weighing this morning." He tapped his round pot belly. "Lost nearly 2 pounds this week." "To make space for Christmas, eh?" asked Boyd. "I fully intend to have a disciplined Christmas and keep this weight off," Sutherland replied firmly, "despite Mrs. Sutherland's mince pies." Boyd hobbled over to the spare chair and let himself gently down into it. "What's up with you, Boyd?" "Jim. Minter," Boyd replied. "Well, that wasn't particularly clever, was it?" Sutherland snorted. "Minter's an absolute fanatic." Boyd conceded that with a nod. "Let's just say his idea of an entry-level workout and mine vary greatly." Sutherland had the night shift's logs printed out and spread across his desk. "I see D.I. Abbott handed over a job this morning." "He raised your concern about tapping into overtime pay, sir," Boyd said. "And he's a useless lazy arse." "Quite right," said Sutherland. "So then, a human bone all the way over at Jury's Gap, eh? Crikey, another few miles and this would have been Kent's shout." He pursed his lips. "Pity that." "Dead folks can be so bloody thoughtless, can't they?" Boyd said. Sutherland, oblivious, nodded his head. "Yes, they can, Boyd. Yes, they can. Have you just come back from the scene?" "Yeah. A humorous bone was pumped out of the basement of some old fort tower-like thing." "Ah, yes. They call them Martello Towers, don't they? There's quite a few of those in Sussex, I believe." "So Sully was educating me," Boyd said. "Are you okay if I crack on and pick a small team?" "A very small team, please." Sutherland's lips clamped shut, as though he was frightened Boyd might reach down his throat and help himself to some of the dwindling budget for the year. "And you might as well keep it on the main floor for now. No point playing musical chairs with the incident room for this one." "Fair enough," Boyd said. "We'll need to get a diving team to take a look. There's a flooded storage area like a large well." "Wouldn't it be easier to just pump it all out? Then Sully could jump straight in and get on with things." "The problem is, if we pump it all out, apparently the tower could collapse," Boyd explained. "So I'm guessing we'd need to get some scaffolding in to shore it up. Could be more costly." "Oh, right." Boyd could see Sutherland mentally counting the pennies. "We could do with the divers checking it out at least," Boyd said. Sutherland wilted. "Fine. Well, I suppose you'd better go and procure a diver or two, but keep it to a minimum, Boyd." Boyd eased himself up out of the chair, his arm muscles screaming. He let out an involuntary old man oof. "You know," said Sutherland, "if you're looking to shift that paunch of yours, Weight Watchers is probably the easier way to go about doing it. You could come along with me, just a thought." "Thanks, sir." Boyd gave him a weak smile. "I'll give that some consideration." Chapter 6. Boyd's small team comprised the usual suspects. Faces he'd grown to trust over the last year. Minter, Okaki, Sully and Warren. He'd have roped in O'Neill too if he'd have been around today. Legwork required young and energetic DCs. Since he'd yet to get his hands on that much-desired frothy coffee, Minter seemed to have failed him miserably. Boyd decided to herd them all up to the top floor. As they stepped into the busy canteen, he spotted Minter at the front of a very long queue. He was just about to order. He sent Warren over with a fiver and instructions to add his, Sully's and Okaki's drinks to the order. Meanwhile, Boyd picked out a table far enough away from the rest of the noisy hubbub where they could talk without shouting. It was 5 to 12, and the early bird lunch breakers would soon be turning up. It was only going to get noisier. Minter and Warren joined them a couple of minutes later with a tray of coffees. "Cheers," said Boyd, quickly grabbing his and tearing open a sachet of sugar. "Right, we can't be arsing about up here for too long," he began. "We've got the two blokes we saw early this morning coming in any moment now." "Knight and Merchant," Minter supplied. "And neither were particularly pleased to be dragged all the way to Hastings today," Boyd added. He pulled out his notepad to review the notes and to-do lists he'd made while Minter had driven them back. "Minter, you're my second and action log gatekeeper. Open up our tabs on leads, and also get on to operational support for a diving team." He looked up from his notes. "Does Sussex have a dedicated diving unit, or are we going to have to borrow?" "Sussex and Kent share a marine policing unit, boss," Minter replied. "I'll check their availability." "Thanks. Okaki, you're my evidence guard dog." She raised her eyebrows. "How charming." "Can you take that bone over to LSE Forensics?" "Sure. And rather than just hand it in for them to deal with at their leisure, maybe get an expert to look it over while you're there?" He glanced at Sully. "Not that I doubt your assessment of it, but they do have a dedicated bone guy over there." "None taken," huffed Sully. "So, Sully, if Minter can get a diving team over to the tower, can you be on site to liaise with them when they go down? If they find some more goodies at the bottom, I'd like you there to keep an eye on things. Make sure they're handled and logged correctly." "Certainly. So we're calling this a crime scene?" said Okaki. She stirred her black coffee. "An old ruined fort with a flooded basement? Surely we're looking at a safe place to dump a body?" Boyd nodded. "Let's not assume it's a murder just yet. It could as easily have been an accident." He was about to test the temperature of his coffee with a cautious sip, but paused, musing over this latest case. Given how long ago this happened, and the age of the victim, it might be tricky finding someone on the Miss Purr's register. "It might be quite a few decades ago," cautioned Sully. "Okaki, can you make a start on that for me, please?" She gave Boyd a thumbs up. He turned to Warren. "I want you researching the tower itself. Previous owners, any events recorded in or near the place over the last 40 or 50 years?" "Yes, sir." "And you'll be with me when we interview Knight and Merchant." Boyd looked at his notes again. "Stephen Knight's the current owner. Gavin Merchant's the contractor he got in to pump the water out and the one who spotted the bone first." Warren pulled a notepad out from his jacket and scribbled that down. "Boss," Boyd looked at Minter, "we should tape it up as a crime scene, accident or not, shouldn't we? I mean, if the news gets out, we might have all sorts of ghoulish idiots wandering around that tower." "Good point," Boyd agreed. "Get our CSM over there, Leslie Poole. And you're right, Minter, it's a potential hazard, even if it's not a crime scene. Let's get some tape around it pronto. Can you? On it, boss." Boyd glanced down at his pad. There were no further notes, which meant he could finally take a slug of his coffee. His phone rang. He swore under his breath and put his cup back down onto the table. DCI Boyd? Desk sergeant here, sir. Got a couple of grumpy visitors for you. Chapter 7. And hello again, Mr. Knight, said Boyd. How's the drive over? A complete waste of my bloody time, Knight complained. He was, thought Boyd, understandably peeved that his whole day would be squandered, not to mention the money he'd paid to have Gavin and his pump sitting idle. Time and money wasted. How long is this going to take? Boyd sat down with his cooling coffee. Warren took the seat next to him. We'll be as quick as we can be, Mr. Knight. Mind if I record? He asked, setting his phone down on the table. Whatever, Knight grumbled. Who's this? He nodded in Warren's direction. I'm Detective Constable Warren, Warren said. Knight sniffed. You're recruiting them straight from school now, eh, Boyd? Hardly, Boyd deadpanned. DC Warren's got grown-up kids. And he's on his, what is it? He glanced at Warren. Third marriage? Knight looked shocked for a moment, and Warren grinned. Oh, I see. Knight shook his head. Very fucking funny. Boyd hit the red record button on his screen. The time is 12:30 p.m. Today's date is the 2nd of December. Interviewee is Stephen Knight. Interviewing officers are DCI William Boyd and DC Matthew Warren. I thought there was meant to be some big recording machine on the table that beeps first, said Knight. Only on TV, replied Boyd. Anyway, this is just a witness statement. We can do this orally, and we'll write it up, or you can write one down yourself if you prefer. This is fine. Let's get it over with, Knight said. Right. So, I gather you own the tower, Mr. Knight. Knight nodded. Bought it a couple of months ago. For what purpose? To restore the poor bloody thing before it collapses. Is it likely to? Asked Boyd. My surveyor said it's basically sinking into the ground. It's built on soft marshland, as you know. It's beginning to tilt, too. There are stress cracks near the base, so yes, at some point it'll tumble over unless I shore up its foundation, Knight replied. Which is why you were pumping the basement dry? Exactly. I need it pumped down to the last few feet. We'll quickly install some load-bearing beams in the void, then fill it with concrete as fast as we can. Why the rush? Asked Boyd. When the water's removed from the basement, it creates a void. The tower will be weaker. The outside pressure of marsh water pressing against the basement walls of 79 will cause them to buckle. 79? Queried Warren. Aha! Knight snorted. The lad can speak. Martello Tower 79, he continued. The UKMTPS has given all the towers around the coast a designated number. This one's 79. Boyd had his pen poised over his pad. And the UKMTPS is? The UK Martello Tower Preservation Society. I'm a member of the governing committee. Right. Boyd jotted that down. And they're all about, what, keeping these things from toppling over? Preserving them where possible. A lot of them have been bought in the past and either knocked down or turned into something else entirely. It's bloody disgraceful. Boyd settled back in his chair. They're not exactly the most attractive-looking things. They're part of our history, Knight spluttered. They weren't built to look attractive. They were built to defend this country from Napoleon. Right. Boyd glanced across at Warren. Knight was quite clearly very passionate about his subject. So you bought this one to save it? Who'd you buy it from? A man called Ricky Harris. The name chimed a bell somewhere at the back of Boyd's mind. Why is that name familiar? If you know the name, you must listen to his noisy old racket. Knight shook his head. Nothing but banging and shouting. Ricky Harris was a member of a pop band called Dark Harvesters or something. Warren was already on his phone. Dark Harvest? Dark Harvest? Repeated Boyd absently. They were a big deal in the early 80s, weren't they? Right, said Knight. A bunch of noisy, hairy, head-banging idiots. Not your thing? Asked Boyd. Not been for a very long while, replied Knight. I'm more classic FM these days. So then, Boyd said, bringing the interview back on topic. You bought it from this Ricky Harris when? At the beginning of last month, November, Knight said. And how long had Harris owned it? Since the start of the 90s, I believe. Boyd jotted that down too. Have you got any contact details for him? Knight laughed. Good luck with that. For a moment, Boyd thought the old bugger was going to say he died. He's impossible to get hold of. Lives on some remote Scottish island in the Hebrides. So how did you manage to buy it off him? Warren asked. Through an estate agent that handles quirky properties. Quirky? Warren looked confused. You know, boy. Lighthouses, churches, scheduled monuments, the sort of places your average high street estate agent wouldn't know where to begin with. And how was Mr. Harris to deal with? Asked Boyd. Like I said, it wasn't face-to-face, it was via the agent. I've been trying to buy it off him for the last 30 years, offering the idiot a pretty decent price, but he wouldn't part with it. No price was ever good enough. Until last month? Knight nodded. What changed? Knight shrugged. I suspect he was finally out of money and needed some fast. How much did you offer him? Asked Warren. The old man glared at him. Are you normally so fucking rude, boy? Warren's mouth dangled half open. How much is my private business? Knight shook his ruddy face. No bloody manners, young people these days. Warren's mouth clapped shut and his cheeks pinked. Boyd stepped in to spare him. Why did Harris buy it in the first place? Does he have an interest in history? You'll have to ask him. I expect the fool bought it on a whim because it looked cool. He shrugged. You know how idiotic pop stars are. The Pratt has let it go to rack and ruin over the years. It's a piece of British history that deserves better care than he's ever given it. Right. And you say he bought it back in the 90s? Well, 89. I think that's what it said on the deed. Right. Boyd noted that down. And you said that you bought it in November just gone? Yes, I did. Beginning of, Knight sighed. Are we done now? Gavin Merchant appeared to Boyd to be in his late 30s. He was slouched at the table, his round jaw and thick ginger beard cupped in his hands, and he looked utterly fed up. I've lost a day's money knowing that idiot Knight, were his opening words. So how much longer have I got to wait around before I can get on with the job? Boyd set his second coffee of the day on the table and sat down. I'm sorry, Mr. Merchant. Just Gavin or Gav, said the young chap. It's just a chat, right? Yeah, Boyd said, just a chat. Well, I'm sorry, Gavin, but nothing more's going to happen until we find out what we're dealing with. I can help you out there, Gavin said. It's a bone, mate. Which means it's been there a long fucking while. Could even be a Roman soldier. It's not Roman, said Boyd. Our expert says it looks like it's a few decades old. Gavin shrugged. So what? I'm supposed to just pack up and go home? Unless you want to wait around until we're done. We're sending a diver down to look for the rest of the body. If it looks like foul play, then the tower will effectively become a crime scene. For how long? Will I be waiting 2 or 3 days, weeks, months? Boyd spread his hands. I'm sorry, Gavin, I can't say at this point. I don't know. He looked down at his pad. Anyway, you said earlier that you were the one who spotted it? Yeah. I was checking the hose to see what was coming up. I wanted to make sure the pipe wasn't sitting right on the bottom and pulling up sludge. That's bad, is it? Warren asked. Gavin nodded. It slows things down and puts an unnecessary load on the pumps. Well, it's up to Mr. Knight to shovel out all the debris that's at the bottom, not me. I'm there to clear the water, that's all. I saw the bone, Gavin continued. Figured it looked human, so we called the police. You or Mr. Knight? Asked Warren. Mr. Knight made the call, he replied. Boyd scribbled another note, then looked up from his pad. Mr. Knight said the tower belonged to a Ricky Harris before he bought it. Does that name mean anything to you? Gavin Merchant shook his head. Why? Should it? Boyd shrugged. Not really. You're a local, right? He nodded. Jury's Gap area, yeah. Do you know anything about the tower? No, I didn't know anything about it before Mr. Knight hired me to pump it out. So you've lived there all your life and didn't know about it? Boyd raised his brows. I didn't say I didn't know it was there, Gavin answered. I said I didn't know about it. History's not my thing, but yeah, I mean, everyone in the area knows it's there. It's just an old ruin, right? Boyd nodded. Right. Did you ever play there as a child? Explore it, that kind of thing? Gavin shook his head. No, not really. Not really? Boyd asked. Well, I mean, I messed around in the marshes when I was a kid. Visited the beach nearby, but I've never actually been inside Devil's Tower. Devil's Tower? Boyd prompted. Gavin shrugged. Yeah, it's what some of the kids used to call it. Any particular reason? He scratched his beard. I don't know. We just did. It's a creepy-looking ruin, and you know what kids are like. It was always going to have a creepy nickname. Boyd let the silence stretch out for a few seconds, but Gavin seemed to have nothing else to offer. Okay, said Boyd, finally closing his notepad and twanging the elastic band around it. Thanks for coming all the way over this morning. We'll be in touch. Boyd stood by the window with Warren and watched both men walk across to the visitors' parking area. Neither seemed to be talking to each other as they drew up beside their vehicles. You okay, Warren? He nodded. Don't let a person like Knight rattle your cage, said Boyd. I'm not rattled, sir. He clearly was. I like to call his type grumpy little jacks, said Boyd, or bark like a bloody Jack Russell. Don't they bite too, sir? Warren pointed out. Boyd laughed. Bad example. But you need to be thicker-skinned in the interview room, particularly with the arsey ones. Don't let them see they've got to you. Warren grimaced. Right. Boyd nudged him. Be a bit more hard cop, okay? Bit more Jason Statham, he added. Mr. Action Potato. Warren smiled. What did you make of them both, sir? Boyd ran his fingers through his bristles. Well, Knight's a pompous prick. The merchant seems to be as fed up with him as I am. He paused. We'll see what the lab report says, but I think we're probably going to need to look into this Ricky Harris chap. Yes, sir. But first, Warren, old son. Boyd stretched his aching arms and back, which crackled like a bowling ball being rolled across bubble wrap. Lunch. Chapter 8. Okaki pulled up in the visitors' parking area of LSE Forensics, a private forensics contractor that had chosen to turn a Norman church just outside the town of Battle into a small but state-of-the-art facility. The last time she'd been here, it had been sunny. The tidy corporate lawn, previously a graveyard, a cheerful green. The mature trees, lush and Turner-esque, all giving the small flint and clay Norman church that formed the entrance atrium a chocolate box pretty air. Now it looked a forlorn place, with the skeletal trees and rain-slicked grass that looked dull and drab. She suspected the groundsmen had been using a chemical spray during the summer that had stained the lawn an implausible cartoonish green. Okaki picked up her shoulder bag and the evidence bag containing the bone. She locked the pool car with a beep and hurried across the gravel, through the glass doors into the entrance atrium. Good morning. The receptionist appeared to be wearing the same checked shirt she'd last seen him in. How can I help you? I'm DC Samantha Okaki, Hastings CID. I called ahead, she said briskly. He stared down at the tablet before him and started gently swiping the screen. "In fact, I think it was you I spoke to," said Okaki. "About 45 minutes ago," she added pointedly. The receptionist continued swiping for another few seconds. Then, finally, "Ah, yes." "Great," Okaki said with a sigh. "I'm glad we're all caught up now." The receptionist narrowed his eyes briefly. "You have some forensic evidence you wanted Dr. Scarrow to take a look at?" She raised the plastic evidence bag. "An arm bone. I'll inquire as to whether he's available." Once again, he began tapping and swiping his glowing tablet screen. Okaki noticed he had a name block on the counter in front of him. "Julius, surely it's quicker just to pick up the phone and call him." "We have our system," Julius replied curtly. He returned to his screen to swipe at a couple more things, and then at last picked up the desk phone. "Please take a seat," he said, pointing to some leather chairs that were dwarfed by a giant cheese plant. Okaki went to sit down, and while she waited, she admired the giant plant as she had the previous time she'd visited, reaching out and stroking one of the glossy green leaves. Boyd had been right. It was flipping well plastic. "Samantha?" She looked up and saw Dr. Scarrow approaching her. He wasn't in his scrubs this time, hidden behind a mask and goggles, but was wearing a smart suit jacket and brown trousers. He could have been in his 50s, she guessed, but had the warm skin tones of a Hispanic South American that hid decades easily. She was about to get up when he held out his hand. "Please, I will sit with you." He took the seat next to hers. He looked at the evidence bag on her lap. "We're hoping to get a gender and perhaps an idea of how old this person was," Okaki told him. He took the bag from her and peered at the pale bone through the clear plastic. "The gender is easy. She's female. Age?" He sucked air in between his teeth. "Not old. Young adult, perhaps. Where was this found?" "Submerged in the flooded basement of a ruined tower. I think they're called Martello Towers." "Yes, I know those," Scarrow said with a smile. "They are in fact called Motea Towers." He pronounced the double L as a Y. Motea. The name became anglicized to Martello. They were built all over the British Empire, including the Caribbean and Cuba. You say it was submerged? Okaki nodded. "A pump sucked it up from the bottom of the basement." He nodded slowly. "So it has been submerged for some time?" She shrugged. "I would think so." He nodded again. "Water leaches collagen from the bone at a steady rate. That is one possible way to determine how long it has been there. If the collagen is completely gone, another way I can possibly date this is to use the dendrochronological process for dating wooden artifacts." "Dating wooden?" Scarrow seemed pleased to explain. "One can precisely date a chair leg or a plank of wood by examining the visible growth rings. There is a ring chart collated from wood fragments found from around the world that maps back to biblical times, I believe. Like a very long barcode," he added. "This reflects annual carbon absorption from the atmosphere." "Right," Okaki said. "I've read something about this. We can do radiocarbon dating on this bone, then curve match the approximate result against the dendrochronological database to get a precise year." "To the actual year?" "Oh, yes," Scarrow grinned, showing a perfect row of small, tidy white teeth. "Very likely." "How long will that take?" she asked. "A week," he replied, waggling his hand. "Maybe 10 days." Okaki thought she'd better ask, otherwise Sutherland was liable to have a baby when the bill finally landed. "And how much would that cost?" The question was met with a shrug. "Maybe 20,000. She managed not to wince. "Right. Okay. I need to make a quick call first." Dr. Scarrow nodded. "Of course. Can I have some coffee brought to you, a pastry?" Okaki looked at her watch. It was gone too. Her stomach was grumbling. Yeah, go on then. She smiled gratefully as he got up. Thank you. Chapter 9. Is he or isn't he? Asked Sully. I mean, it's a pretty binary answer, I would have thought. I don't know. I think Charlotte, isn't it, and Boyd are just good friends, replied Minter. They seemed pretty cosy at that barbecue for just good friends, said Sully. Perhaps they're, what's the phrase, friends with benefits? Minter shrugged. His memory of that afternoon was just as hazy as everyone else's. Why are you so interested, Sully? They were parked up in front of the Martello Tower on a raised spur of land that was surrounded by a swirling, crazy paving labyrinth of low humps of grass and pools of mud. Sully turned to look out of the passenger side window of Minter's car to watch Leslie Poole, the crime scene manager, unroll and suspend the perimeter tape round the tower on some traffic cones, like bunting at a village fete. The black and yellow tape fluttered in the stiff breeze. Just a casual curiosity, Sully replied. Call it an anthropologist's interest. I like to think I can interpret the subtle signals of the Homo erectus mating dance. Minter looked at him. Right. Because you weren't at all busy being stoned out of your head and bouncing around the place to Rihanna. He had a couple of images from that afternoon lodged in his head, and one of them was their forensics coordinator, leaping around the bonfire in his burgundy cargo pants and flip-flops like a snagged blue marlin trying to shake itself off the hook. Sully's expression stiffened. I think you are very much mistaken in what you recall. I don't dance ever. The difference of opinion was spared any further oxygen by the appearance of the Marine Unit's van on the low horizon, following the meandering dirt track towards the tower. Finally, it pulled up beside Sully's CSI van, and the team hopped out. Minter counted 7 of them as he stepped out into the wind and spitting rain to introduce himself. DS Stephen Minter, Sussex CID. The first one out took a step towards Minter with his hand outstretched. DS Thomas, dive team supervisor. Sorry it took us so long. We had a call out in Folkestone. Thomas looked at his watch. Just so you know, it's gone 3. It's too late in the day for us to start a dive now, but I wouldn't mind a recce on where you want us diving so we can work out an action plan for tomorrow. Sure. Minter, aware that Sully was waiting expectantly, introduced him. Before we start, this is our forensics coordinator, Kevin Sullivan. Sully shook the sergeant's hand. The search location is the basement storage area of this tower. Thomas looked up at it warily. The basement? Yes, continued Sully. We believe we're looking at a submerged storage area, about 30 feet in diameter and more or less the same depth. Are we talking an open void, or is it compartmental? Is it cluttered? Apparently, there's a rotted floor about halfway down, but apart from that, we got no idea at the moment, answered Minter. I'll show you. Thomas nodded. Lead on. Sully and the diving team followed Minter into the ground floor of the tower. Sully had already set up some floodlights on tripods to supplement the dim light leaking in from the arched windows. There was also one poised over the trapdoor entrance to the basement below. Sully cleared his throat. Now, this place is a mart— Oh, I know about these, cut in Thomas. We've got a few of them still standing in Kent. He peered down into the trapdoor at the glinting water below, a look of concern on his face. They go down quite deep. Lots of storage. They were designed to accommodate a cannon battery and a garrison, and be stocked well enough to withstand a siege. Quite, said Sully. D.S. Thomas nodded at the floodlights spaced around the floor. Can you nip those off for me? Sully went around and switched them off one at a time, leaving the plank floor of the tower in a gloomy twilight. Thomas took hold of the rickety ladder posts emerging from the trapdoor hatch and tested the first few rungs with his weight. "Uh-oh, it's wobbly," he said, but ducked down anyway to peer into the dark space below as he snapped on a torch. Immediately, shafts of light speared upwards between the planks as he panned his torch around, casting leaping stripes across the low wooden ceiling. The steam of his breath spilled up through the gaps like ghostly apparitions. "Spooky, eh, boys?" said Minter, trying to lighten the mood. He got nothing back from Thomas's team. They looked concerned at the search area they were being asked to descend into. "Water's murky as fuck," Thomas's voice echoed up through the trap door. "Visibility's going to be a bit of a problem down there." He came back up the rickety ladder and sat on the side, his legs dangling below. "We're probably going to need to treat this like diving on a shipwreck. Surface supplies set up, one diver at a time so we don't snarl the lines." He looked at Minter. "What are we looking for?" "Body of a teenager." "Skeletal remains only," added Sully. "Then at least one." Minter looked at him, surprised. "You expecting more, are you, Sully?" Sully shrugged. "It's a handy place to submerge a body, wouldn't you say? Who knows how many murderers have used this place over the decades?" "Nice," replied Minter. "Nice thought." Chapter 10. Boyd looked up from his screen to see Warren standing over him, fidgeting to get his attention. "What have you got for me?" he asked. Warren handed him a few sheets of paper. "I've done some digging on this Ricky Harris. He's a bit of a wild character, sir." Boyd scanned the top page and recognized a writing style that suggested a sizable chunk of it had been copied and pasted from Wikipedia. To be fair to Warren, there were additional notes and details that looked as though he'd at least glanced at other sources, including a couple of banned photos from Dark Harvest's heyday. "Jesus!" Boyd grimaced at the images of the 5 young men in glossy black leather, sporting long poodle perms and bared chests down to their navels. "Some looks just don't age well." Warren grinned. "Were they a serious band?" he asked incredulously. Boyd looked up. "You mean as opposed to what, a novelty band?" Warren nodded. "Sadly, yes. This, Warren, was what rock music morphed into for a while back in the day. Young Burks dressed up like—" He really couldn't find a description that honestly did justice to how ridiculous and self-indulgent this band and their contemporaries had looked back in the early 80s. The members of Dark Harvest were all sporting metal chains, dangling upside-down crucifixes and belts with leering skull faces on them. They looked like a parody of a metal band. "They look like old ladies wearing bondage gear," Warren remarked. Boyd laughed. They really did. 5 EastEnders Angie Watts wannabes dressed up to look like a cross between the Spanish Inquisition and a bunch of guys in gimp suits. Beneath the largest photo were details of the lineup. Ricky Harris was the one at the back on the left. Tall and gangly, long, dark, tumbling locks, eyes smudged with black eyeliner, and a fag drooping from the corner of his mouth. "Have you managed to find a more recent photo of Harris?" Boyd asked. Warren shook his head. "I don't think they were famous for very long." Boyd checked the Wikipedia snippet, which listed their discography and tour dates. 4 albums, several Far Eastern European tours, and 1 US stadium tour. "The band finally split up in 1997, Boyd said, reading some of the biography aloud, "after they kicked Harris as a result of being charged with having sex with a groupie." He tutted. Typical arrogant rockers, thinking they could shag who they wanted without consequence. Boyd sifted through Warren's notes. He'd found a news clipping from the Argus in 1989 that mentioned Harris buying the Martello Tower. There'd been a petition put together by locals protesting against his plans to turn the tower into the band's own private recording studio. Warren handed Boyd another sheet of paper. I checked Led's, and he's registered as living on the Isle of Rum in the Hebrides. He's been a resident there since 1998. And still is? Looks that way, sir. Do you have his contact details, a phone number? Boyd asked, hopefully. Warren shook his head. Just an address. No email, no mobile number, no landline. Boyd glanced at the sheet. Even the address looked pretty bloody vague. Dickie's Croft, Isle of Rum, Inner Hebrides, Scotland. He pointed at the Argus article. Do we know if he came down from Scotland to buy the tower? Did he ever visit the place? How did he even know about it to buy it? Warren leant over the desk and pointed at the bottom of the page. He was born and raised in Kent, sir. He grew up in Romney. Boyd recalled the Romney Marshes had been on a road sign he'd spotted on the drive to Jury's Gap. He was a local lad then, said Boyd. So he'd probably have known about that tower from childhood. I'd say that's a fair shout, sir, Warren agreed. Devil's Tower, said Boyd. I wonder if it was called that when he was a kid. He settled back in his seat and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, he's surely going to be a person of interest if this turns out to be a murder inquiry, right, sir? Warren said. Boyd nodded. I would think so. He spotted Sutherland emerging from the kitchenette with a mug of coffee in one hand and a phone jammed against his ear in the other. Sutherland caught Boyd's eye and changed direction, making a beeline towards him. By the time he drew up beside Boyd's desk, he'd ended the call. Can I help you, sir? Asked Boyd. Before you say anything, Boyd, the answer's an emphatic no, Sutherland said, eyes blazing. No to what, sir? Boyd asked, nonplussed. I just picked up a message from DC Okaki about LSE Forensics dating that arm bone. I'm not forking out 20k on a single bloody bone. They are literally taking the piss, he raged. Maybe they're just being humorous, offered Warren. Boyd tried his best to hide a grin. Sutherland glared. What? Warren blanched. It's a joke, sir. Sutherland took another few seconds to catch up, then mock-cuffed Warren around the ear. Bloody idiot! He focused his attention back on Boyd. I'm running this department budget on fumes at the moment, so the answer's no. Boyd was a little taken aback at the quoted figure, too. 20k? Why so expensive? She said something about dating it using trees, replied Sutherland. Bloody ridiculous. They must think we're... He continued to grumble to himself as he turned away and headed back to his office. Boyd spotted Okaki entering the CID floor through the double doors from the stairwell, peeling her jacket and shoulder bag off. He caught her eyes and waved her over. She weaved away across the open-plan office, dumped her things on her desk, and joined him and Warren. All right, Gav. Jammy timing, said Boyd. You just missed Sutherland picking up your message. He nearly had a seizure about the armbone. So what do we know? Not much, really, said Okaki. Dr. Scarrow seemed quite sure the bone is from a female. As for age, the best he could give was late teen to mid-20s. Right, Boyd looked at his watch. It's 4:30. There's a little time left to make use of today. Okaki, Warren? Warren's shoulders sagged. Miss Purrs? Yep, Miss Purrs, I'm afraid. Boy sighed on their behalf. Unresolved cases, females 16 to late 20s. He yawned.
We are so grateful that you are here. This audiobook is free. Take a break, breathe, and enjoy this peaceful and beautiful thing.
undone intentionally. Off you go. Off you go. He went to pick up his phone and stopped. Oh, Okaki, he said. Gav? We've got the pound safely back in evidence. Okaki rolled her eyes, and he raised a hand in apology as he dialed Minter. His sergeant answered after the second tone. Boss? How's the dive going? It's not, replied Minter. They're starting tomorrow. The team supervisor, D.S. Thomas, is a little concerned about safety issues, and he wants to put a plan of action together tonight. What's the safety issue? Boyd asked. Though he could hazard a guess. He wouldn't want to be the one diving into that murk. Clutter, obstructions, structural integrity. Minter confirmed his thinking. There may be loose or fallen beams down there that could be dislodged and trap a diver. Damn, Boyd huffed. Okay, well, I suppose that's fair enough. The team leader was talking about sending down a remote-controlled thingamajig first thing tomorrow to check it out. Christ, really? He knows we're not diving down on the Titanic. Boyd expected to hear Minter chuckle, but the line remained silent. I think they're really wary about this job, boss. Seriously. The tower's old. It's pretty unstable by all accounts. Right, Boyd nodded guiltily. Okay, safety first. Obviously. Are they heading back to Kent or staying local? Local. They found a hotel nearby. Thomas wants to know if Sussex police is settling the tab. Boyd suspected it was probably going to be a relatively easy sell to Sutherland, given that he just managed to sidestep a £20,000 zinger. Yep, he replied. You can tell him the rooms are on us. Chapter 11. Boyd pushed the cubed chicken and diced onion around the frying pan. While it browned, he listened to some of Dark Harvest's music on Spotify. It really was dire stuff. If it hadn't already been done by Spinal Tap, he'd have written the band off as a clever parody of the worst kind of heavy metal. The song titles themselves made for much eye-rolling. Boyd had heard enough, and switched to an easy listening playlist as he finished cooking dinner. They were having chicken sambal tonight, a recipe his parents had picked up from their travels. Chicken, onion, tomatoes, coconut milk, and a little heat from the sambal chili paste, all served on a bed of white rice. Simple, but tasty. It had been a firm family favourite during his childhood, and had progressed to becoming a regular much-loved meal with Boyd's own family. Noah had just begun to join them on Wednesday nights, eating his own version, minus the paste, when it had happened. Boyd heard Ozzy barking in the hallway. Then a moment later, Emma entered the dining room. Dad, are you doing chicken sambal? She poked her head into the kitchen. Oh my God, you really are, she beamed at him. About bloody time. He realized she was right to make such a big deal of it. This was a meal they hadn't had in 3 years. Not since before. You've remembered how to cook it, I trust, she said, as she dropped her empty Tupperware box in the washing-up bowl and peered over his shoulder. Cheeky cow, he said, swatting her away. How was your shift? Long, she said with a sigh. We're starting to get the first of the Christmas work dues coming in. It's an all-hands-on-deck kind of thing. He pulled a second wineglass from the cupboard above the hob and waggled it at her. God, yes, please, she gasped. How was your day? Crime-shaped, he replied, as he poured her a glass of Malbec. Someone discovered a bone in the flooded basement of a ruin. Sounds very Hammer House of Horror, she said. Boyd sipped his wine. Tell me about it. It's got creepiness dripping off every brick. She pulled up one of the dining room chairs to sit in the doorway and watch him cook. What is it, some old abandoned Gothic mansion? No, it's an abandoned fortification like a cannon tower. Cool, she said, putting her glass down and checking her phone. The chicken cubes were looking pleasingly brown now. He poured in a tin of chopped tomatoes. So what's the deal with you and Dan these days? She paused for a long time and took a gulp of her wine, then finally, cooling down, to be honest, Dad. And that's coming from your side, I take it? He pressed. Emma nodded. That's a shame. I kind of like Dan, Boyd said. Then you go out with him, Emma replied, shaking her head. Oh, ha ha. He turned to look at her. No, but seriously, Ems, what's wrong with the poor lad? She grimaced. Maturity, or lack thereof. He's the same age as you. Why's he got to be mature? Why can't he have a few years of arsing around? You mean chasing the rock star dream? She snorted. Like you? It didn't do me any harm. Got a few things out of my system. Such as? He shrugged. You know, band stuff. Drugs, booze, chicks. Emma leant forward, wrists on her knees. That kind of thing? Well, you know, just stuff. Boyd was wishing he hadn't started this conversation now. Emma tutted and rolled her eyes. Ugh, boys and their egos. I'm not interested in mothering Dan through this particular phase of his life, Dad. Someone else can do that. Then you should let him know what the deal is, Boyd replied. He's hanging in there, hoping, you know, and trying his best to get answers from me every time I walk into the bloody pub. If it's over, then tell him it's over. She sighed. It's on my to-do list, trust me. Boyd looked at her. Then maybe move it to the top of that list, Ems. She sighed again, looking suddenly 12 again. All right, she replied, with a resigned sing-song voice. After dinner, Emma went upstairs to have a long, well-deserved soak in the bath, with a promise that she'd do the dishes later. Boyd took himself and the last dregs of the Malbec into his study to do some noodling on this Martello Tower case. Not on the Miss Purrs. Okaki and Warren could wade through those. But on Ricky Harris, the apparent owner of the tower since 1989 until recently. While Ozzy curled himself into a doggy donut at his feet, Boyd roused his idling PC and logged into his LEDS account on the remote portal. Given the system was still in a lengthy beta testing phase, remote access was reserved for DCIs and above. However, his old mate Sonny, who had led the training, had said that in the fullness of time, it would be an all-officers, anywhere on any device system across all forces in the country. Boyd's first port of call was the criminal database and a check against Harris's name. He wanted to know a bit more about this groupie case. He found the information pretty quickly. Harris had been charged under his birth name, Richard Silas Harris, in early 1997 for sex with a minor. According to which newspaper you read, he was either a grotesque child molester or a foolish rocker caught out by an underage groupie. One of the tabloids had even made a point of saying he'd been dreadfully unlucky, as she was only a few weeks away from being legal. Nice. Boyd shook his head with disgust. The nod-nod, wink-wink wording of the tabloid's ed-op piece about the incident had made him feel distinctly queasy. Dark Harvest had made a big thing of kicking Harris out of the band and demonstrating their disgust at his inappropriate behaviour, but Boyd suspected that had been just for show. He was pretty sure that they'd all been guilty of exploiting their female fans in the back of their tour bus without giving a second thought to how old they were or how callously the girls were ejected from the band's hotel rooms once they'd served their purpose. Dismissing that behaviour as things were different back then felt like a cop-out to him. It was appalling behaviour. But it had been tolerated because, well, lads will be lads, and rock stars even more so. It was almost expected of them, and was even celebrated in some rock and heavy metal glossies. Oh, those crazy wild guys. Boyd pulled Warren's notes on Harris from his jacket pocket and skim-read them again. Richard Harris was born in Folkestone, Kent, in March 1958. Resident in Romney during his school years, musician in a number of going-nowhere bands until he formed Dark Harvest in 1979. The notes were actually more helpful than the Lead's record. The band had enjoyed a few years of success, mostly in the States, where they joined other more recognizable bands like Iron Maiden and Def Leppard on the stadium and festival circuits. The band had also stoked up some controversy over there, particularly in the Bible Belt, with claims that they were all occultists and practiced satanic rituals before every gig. To be fair, it was no worse than Ozzy Osbourne's antics at about the same time. At least Dark Harvest weren't biting the heads off live bats on stage, Boyd thought. But there were enough snippets here and there that more than suggested the narrative of 5 young lads who had suddenly believed they were kings of the world. Lads in that situation had a tendency to end up believing they could get away with anything. Chapter 12. PC Karen Brown was dying for a fag. There was no smoking in the patrol car, obviously. Well, not now, anyway. She'd had a caution from her training sergeant for doing that a few weeks ago. So it was a stark choice between chewing what was left of her fingernails or getting out of the car into the cold, blustery, salty marshland night to spark up. She looked out of the driver's side window at the tower, taking in the cordon of police tape around the old ruin, snapping and thrumming in the wind. Could she have a ciggy in there? It wasn't the most appealing idea. As a local girl, she'd grown up hearing all the ghost stories about this place. Silly stuff that the kids liked to tell each other once they'd grounded their BMX bikes and dared themselves to briefly step inside. The kids around here had called it Devil's Tower. But I'm not a kid anymore, am I? Karen reminded herself. She was an adult, a plod on probation, who was really craving a smoke. Fuck it, she whispered, and opened the car door. Immediately, the wind tugged a few loose tresses of hair out of her tightly wound bun, and she felt the sting of specks of salt water whipped up off the mudflats, hitting her cheeks. She hurried over to the tower, stepping over the tape, and pushed the wooden door inwards. Once inside, she snapped on her torch and panned it around. The dive team had unloaded the gear from their van and stacked it neatly on the wooden floorboards, hence her graveyard shift sitting all alone in the patrol car outside. Karen pulled a cigarette from her crumpled packet of B&H and lit up. She took a long, hard pull, and then blew out a cloud of smoke that spun and whirled slowly across the large circular space, caught in the eddies of air that whistled in through the small arched windows. She'd never actually been inside the tower before, probably because she'd heard the local urban myths and scary stories about child sacrifices. Apparently, back in the day, some weirdo devil worshippers had successfully conjured up a demon in the basement of the tower, and they'd all been torn to shreds by it. More elaborate versions of that tale featured the footprints of some cloven beast across the muddy flats as it headed out into the night, never to be seen again. Karen shook her head and took another quick pull on her cigarette before the gusting wind hastened the glowing tip down to the filter. She glanced at the trap door. Apparently, if you scooched down low to peer into the basement and listened very carefully, you could just about hear the faint sound of a sobbing child. A child waiting her turn to be sacrificed. "Oh, fuck this," she whispered, stubbing the cigarette out and hastening back to the warmth and comfort of the patrol car and the reassuring chatter of control radio traffic. Chapter 13. "Isle of what?" "Rum, sir. As in what pirates drink," said Boyd. "Savvy?" His Jack Sparrow impersonation was pitiful. Sutherland looked up from this morning's influx of emails. "And where is this island of rum?" "It's in the Hebrides," replied Boyd. "Oh, for Christ's sakes. It couldn't just be—" His voice trailed away. "Right. Well, that's going to eat into what's left of my budget, I suppose." "Yes, sir. But nowhere near as much as the divers." Boyd realized he was probably unkind to remind the detective superintendent of the other overheads one single bone had racked up so far, but it did give Sutherland's round face an interesting appearance of mottled corned beef-like pink. "Well, how much is a trip up there going to set us back? Have you costed it up yet?" "A flight to Inverness is about 80 quid, Boyd said. Then there's car hire and a ferry, so barely anything in the grand scheme of things." "Can't you get the police up there to bring him to the mainland to interview him?" Sutherland asked hopefully. "I have asked, and they said no," replied Boyd. "Unless he's been arrested, which he's not. Just helping with inquiries at this stage." "And you can't just give him a bloody call?" Sutherland groused. "According to the charming lady I spoke to in the post office there, he lives off-grid." At least Boyd had thought that's what she was saying. Her Gaelic accent had been thick. "He lives up in the hills." Sutherland nodded. "So, how much is it to take a train up instead of a plane?" he asked. "Twice as expensive." "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Sutherland wilted in his seat. Boyd was tempted to mention that half of the department's budget had been pissed away over the course of the year on Flack's ongoing operation, which, as far as he could see, seemed to have yielded nothing but expense claims. "Right, Boyd. And you can justify this, can you?" Boyd nodded. He explained about Harris's past and being ditched from the band. "But the bit that makes my nose twitch is that he's been hanging on to that Martello tower for the last 33 years, even though he hasn't done anything with it. I mean, he could have just forgotten he owned it," said Boyd. "Or maybe he didn't want anyone else getting their hands on it." Boyd approached Warren, who was sitting at his desk. Warren had his back to him and some headphones on, and had failed to respond when Boyd had thrown a paper ball in his direction. On closer inspection, Boyd could see that Warren was watching a music video on YouTube. Boyd tapped his shoulder, and Warren nearly leapt out of his seat. "What are you watching?" "Dark Harvest." Warren paused the video on an image that showed a young girl in a red anorak being led by a pair of scantily clad demons into the mouths of a dungeon. "Ah, the golden years of MTV," Boyd said, shaking his head. Warren looked up at him. "This stuff was actually broadcast on TV?" "Yep." Boyd heard Okaki's chair roll back and her footsteps behind him as she came over to take a look. "Oh, for God's sake! The camera's zoomed in right on their arse cheeks. And that's a child about to be taken down into a torture dungeon," Warren said, pointing at the screen. He hit play again, and the grainy 80s video resumed. The image cut to the band, legs apart, holding their guitars as though they were giant erections and waggling their tongues at the camera. Boyd whistled. "I don't remember heavy metal videos looking that naff." The video went back to the little girl entering the dungeon, then cut to her face. There were tears streaming down her cheeks. Boyd had to give the young actor credit. She looked genuinely terrified. "Oh, that Inappropriate, added Okaki. Jesus, that's just not on. She reached over Warren's shoulder and paused it. He's sick. That was pretty standard fare in those days, said Boyd. Yeah, well, they should have known better, Okaki muttered. Boyd stood up straight to stretch his arms out. He was still aching from yesterday's madness in the gym. I'm going up to Scotland this afternoon to interview Ricky Harris. Boyd scrubbed the video back a few seconds and paused on an image of the band. That pillock, he said, pointing to the one waggling his tongue at the camera. Warren, you're coming to Rum with me. Warren twisted in his seat to look up. Seriously? Yeah, you need some more field and interview experience. Boyd glanced at Okaki, noting the stiff look on her face. Okaki, I need you down here as LSE liaison in case the divers pull up anything else of interest, he explained. Right, she grunted. Warren, get yourself home. Ask your mum, pack an overnight bag. Back here no later than midday, all right? Yes, sir. Boyd checked his watch. It was 9:23 a.m. He needed to do likewise. He also needed to figure out what the hell he was going to do with Ozzy. Oh, well, hello there, officer, said Charlotte. She looked at the clock on the wall of her office. Bit early for walkies, isn't it, Bill? I've come to beg a huge favour, he said sheepishly. He sat down on the spare chair in front of her desk. I've got to go away for a couple of days or so. Oh, she looked intrigued. Where are you off to? The Hebrides. What? She exclaimed. I'm interviewing a person of interest, Boyd told her. Look, I really hate to ask. Is it Ozzy? She cut in. He nodded. Emma's shifts at the hotel are all over the place. The season of Christmas dues and poor choices with work colleagues has commenced and she's... I'm always happy to mind the old boy, she said, smiling. Do you want me to drop around after work and pick him up? Boyd nodded. That'd be great. You're a lifesaver. He handed her his spare house keys. I've explained to him he's to be on his best behaviour and he's to mind his P's and Q's. Oh, Mia will put him straight if he acts up for me, Charlotte said. When are you going? This afternoon, he replied. Train to Gatwick, plane to Inverness, and then a ferry to an island called Rum, would you believe? Rum, she laughed. Seriously? Surely it should be called whiskey. Right, you'd have thought. When will you be back? She asked. Well, if we can actually find the bugger and talk to him, hopefully at the weekend. You'd better wrap up warm then. Coats, scarves and gloves, Charlotte said. I can't imagine the northwest of Scotland is going to be particularly clement this time of year. I will do, he said. He was about to smile, but it quickly became a frown. Look, excuse the state of my house when you go in. Oh, I didn't think that far ahead about... Charlotte smiled kindly. Me wandering in? Right, it's a bit of a tip. There'll be no judgment, I promise, she said, laughing. He reached out and squeezed her hand awkwardly. Thanks, Charlotte. Shit, I'm really sorry for dropping this on you without any bloody warning at all. I'd have been in a fix if it wasn't for you. She sighed. Ozzy and I will discuss at great length what your penance shall be. Chapter 14. Minter, Sully and the dive team were clustered around the small monitor that had been set up on a makeshift workbench in the middle of the tower's ground floor. The monitor was displaying a grainy image from the remote-controlled unit descending into the flooded basement below. D.S. Thomas sat beside the young man piloting it. The rest of the team formed a Greek chorus just behind. The RCU's top-mounted spotlight was doing its best to pierce through the cloudy water to pick out any details. Minter found it difficult to make much sense of the ghostly greenish-grey swirls on the screen. Every now and then, brilliant white spectral forms flickered across the screen as pieces of debris caught in the glare of the light drifted sedately in front of the camera. The visibility's piss poor, muttered Thomas unhappily. We're probably going to get more of an idea of the state of the place if we give it a honk of sonar. He nodded at the pilot, and the man tapped a button on a keyboard. How long does that take? Asked Minter. Oh, it's almost instantaneous, replied Thomas. Park it here, he told the pilot. Let's see what the lay of the land below us is. Switch to VGS. The pilot took his hand off the controller and hit another key. The screen changed to show an even more incomprehensible monochromatic display of grey splodges. This is a void grayscale looking directly down, explained Thomas. The lighter pixels represent closer objects. The dark ones further away, obviously. See that dark area on the screen? The bottom left quartile of the screen was almost black. That's open space below. The lighter splodges here? He pointed at ghostly shapes at the side of the image. That's the tower's wall. See how it grades smoothly to black? That's flat surface. He spoke as though it was blindingly obvious. You're not getting it, are you, Minter? Said Sully with a pitying look. Head over towards that dark a bit, Thomas ordered the pilot. The screen refreshed a couple of seconds later, and the dark area jumped towards the middle of the screen and increased in size. Thomas didn't sound particularly encouraging. Closer. The screen updated again, and now the dark area almost completely filled it. I think we're looking at a collapsed floor below, said Thomas, pointing at some straight lines that framed the darkness. Those are edges of planks of wood, floorboards. He turned back to look at Minter. I'm not happy sending any of my lads down into that. Not if there's structure down there that's collapsed. It's too dangerous. There's a risk of getting snagged or trapped. So what does that mean? Minter asked. That's it? You're packing up? It means no one's going down, I'm afraid, Thomas confirmed. But we can keep on scouting with the RCU. If we follow the path that extractor hose took to the bottom, we may well wind up next to the rest of your body. He nodded at the dark area of the screen, framed by the paler grey planks. We're looking at roughly the middle of the floor. The pipe descended through that to the bottom almost certainly. All right then, Minter said, nodding. Let's go down and take a look. The pilot switched the image on the screen back to camera to get a real-time view. The grainy image on the screen began to move again. Motes of debris drifting upwards and into the glare of the spotlight as the RCU descended. The planks of wood hove into view as it passed through the gap in the floor, then disappeared out of sight. Watch that the cables don't snag above, said Thomas. Got it, boss. Okay, and let's give it another honk below. The pilot tapped a key and switched the view on the screen again. It's mostly open space, said Thomas. Those lighter tones, he pointed at the screen, suggest an uneven floor, which will undoubtedly be fallen debris. Let's get down to the bottom there. The pilot switched view again, and Minter thought he caught a glimpse of some steps in the background as the camera view rotated in a 360 as it descended. Yep, said Thomas, following Minter's gaze. Those are steps. We're nearing the bottom, said the pilot. There were several amorphous humps and bumps that looked as though they could be mounds of mud or silt. But near the middle, almost directly beneath where the RCU was going to touch down, was something oval. Thomas had picked it out too. Reverse up, so that's on the camera when we land, he said. The screen image switched back to the grainy camera view. The motes of waterborne debris were increasing now, swirling in random directions, like glitter flakes in a snow globe. The propellers are kicking up all the crap at the bottom, explained Thomas. It'll clear in a bit. The image on the screen jolted slightly. Okay, we're now on the bottom, said the pilot. He released the trigger of his control stick, and the swirling blizzard of bright debris fragments began to calm down, gently descending in a unified direction, like slow-motion snowfall. As the view ahead gradually cleared, Minter realized the oval object was a couple of feet ahead of the RCU, perfectly positioned and caught in the full glare of the light. That's a hold-all bag, said one of the diving team. Minter squinted at the screen. As the debris settled down, he began to pick out bold white letters on the side. BOAC. What's that? BOAC? Is that some sort of brand name? He asked. BOAC, said Sully. British and Overseas Air Corporation. They became British Airways back in the mid-70s, I do believe. The image was getting clearer. Everyone's eyes adjusted to the grainy detail, making sense of the starkly lit geometric picture. Shit, said D.S. Thomas. Is that hair? He said, pointing at the screen. From the far side of the bag, presumably where the zip would be, a faintly undulating ribbon-like object had been stirred to life by the RCU's propellers, rising momentarily into view to be caught in the spotlight before slowly settling once again to the darkness beyond. Chapter 15. Are you all right, sir? Asked Warren. No, I'm definitely not. Boyd realized he was clasping the seat's armrest, knuckles bulging with the effort to hang on. I'm fine, Warren, I'm fine. It's just a bit of turbulence, boss. Lumpy air, as my mum likes to call it. Right. Boyd had climbed aboard earlier this afternoon, thinking that he was perfectly fine with flying. It had been a few years since the last time. He'd flown down to Alicante with Julia and the kids to holiday at his parents' hillside villa, and there'd been absolutely no reason to think that he'd been anything but fine as he climbed the steps to board the plane. The takeoff had been straightforward. It was the bad weather they'd hit approaching Inverness that had set off his armrest-grabbing behaviour. The phrase lumpy air really wasn't doing it justice. You know, sir, Warren continued blithely, my mum says no plane has ever crashed simply because of turbulence. It's usually some component failure rather than the actual weather itself. Boyd briefly considered letting go of the armrest and throttling the lad to shut him up, but he was absolutely convinced the plane would suddenly flip over and descend into a nosedive if he didn't continue to keep a firm control of the struggling commercial airliner from here, seat 39A. It's an example of people confusing correlation with causation, Warren continued. There's a classic example of that with the jumbo jet that went down over... Warren, sir? Shh, please. Not helping? No, not really. Warren nodded and closed his mouth. The plane made a bumpy landing at Inverness, in driving rain that was on the cusp of becoming sleet. Boyd fought the urge to cheer the pilot out of sheer relief when the plane finally came to a standstill. They were met at arrivals by a DC firmer, a tall, lanky man, holding up an A4 pad with B. Boyle scrawled across it. He apologized all the way to his parked-up pool car for getting Boyd's name wrong, and for the dread...
This audiobook is free, with no ads or interruption. Take this moment to rest your mind with some soft music.
Dreadful weather, which, according to the young man, had been brilliantly sunny this morning. Fermor drove them the remaining 105 miles to Mallaig, a fishing port on the northwest coast that described itself as the gateway to Skye. You could have taken the Harry Potter train from Fort William, Fermor said, as they neared the marina. If you're into that sort of thing, the train ends up here. And then you'd have a trainload of confused tourists all asking where Hogwarts is, Warren asked. Fermor laughed. Hey, and they're none too happy about the answer either. He dropped them at a small hotel at the quayside at just after 8. Sorry, sir, he said to Boyd. I booked you in under the name Boyle, not Boyd. Boyd waved his apology away. It's no problem, honestly.
You're in luck with the ferry. Calmac runs only 4 days a week in the winter, but tomorrow's one of those days.
What time does it leave? Boyd asked.
Usually around 10 in the morning.
Fermor pointed across the dark marina.
The Calmac terminal's over there. You'll need to check in an hour before the ferry's due to go.
Right, well, thanks for the ride.
Aye, that's no problem. Cooperation across the border, eh?
Boyd and Warren thanked Fermor, then checked into their rooms and met again 5 minutes later at a table in the hotel's small bar. What are you having? Boyd asked as Warren sat down.
A pint of lager and lime, please, sir.
Boyd raised his brows. You're in the Highlands, Warren. Sure you don't want to try something with a little more local flavour? Warren shook his head.
Fine.
Boyd returned shortly afterwards with a pint of Guinness for himself, the lager for Warren, and 4 bags of crisps, which he tossed onto their table. The bar menu closed at 8. We just missed it. Is salt and vinegar followed by cheese and onion for dinner tonight? He'd been fantasizing in the car about getting some warm, stodgy food in his belly before going to bed. Something with gravy and dumplings, perhaps. This'll have to do us till breakfast. He stared wistfully at the packets on the table.
They start serving breakfast at 8? Warren asked.
Yep, Boyd sighed. But the barman said the ferry terminal has a decent cafe in it. If we get up and head over for 9, we'll have time to grab something decent over there. Boyd tore open the first packet and grabbed a fistful of cheese and onion crisps. I'm bloody starving. Warren sipped his lager. Thanks for bringing me along, sir. That's all right, Boyd said. You've done a lot of good intelligence gathering over the last year, but not much in the way of eyeball-to-eyeball interviewing. It's about time you did some real work. He grinned and took a slug of his Guinness.
I was doing a bit more research on Ricky Harris on the way up, said Warren. It seems it wasn't just a case of some rock star stepping over the line with an underage fan.
What did you find?
Well, he was charged with having sex with a minor, a fan who was 15. He got 8 months suspended. As we know, his bandmates kicked him out, said they didn't want to work with a pervert anymore.
With a pervert? Where did you get that? Warren pulled out his phone to check his notes.
An interview in a magazine called Kerrang. I don't know that one.
Oh, I do, said Boyd. I used to buy it.
Well, one of the bands said he always took things way too far. The band broke up about 9 months later.
Boyd picked up his pint. Was there anything more in him taking things too far? He asked. Warren shook his head. In the wake of the Jimmy Savile case 10 years ago, Boyd had been expecting a long slew of wrinkly old rockers to be wheeled out into the limelight for the crazy things they'd done 20, 30 years earlier. For some reason, that had never happened, and he'd sometimes wondered whether at some unspoken level the bad old boys of rock and roll had been given a hall pass. Because once that door was opened, it would inevitably become a floodgate. What do we know about his life now? Asked Boyd.
He's lived on a croft since 1998. That's a small holding, a farm big enough to feed yourself, he explained.
Thanks for that, Warren. So this ex-rocker's been living on this tiny farm for 20-odd years. Surely he must have got up to something else.
There's only about 20 or so people on the island, sir, he continued. I'm not sure there's that much to do, especially as there's no phone signal or internet.
Warren sighed and tutted.
I can't believe, in this day and age, there isn't any internet.
That's how they like it on the island, I suppose. Boyd shook his head. Well, he said, picking up his phone, might as well make use of the Wi-Fi while we still got it. There was a text from Charlotte.
VIP guest collected, fed, walked, and pooped.
He tapped an answer back. Thank you so much for that, C. You're a good friend. X. His thumb lingered over the X key for a while, as he pondered whether 2 X's would be too much. He decided in favor of moderation. Warren suddenly jumped up from his seat and pressed his phone to his ear.
Hello, Mum? Yeah, we're there now. What? No, I didn't forget to... He hastened out of earshot, and Boyd couldn't help smiling. On his own phone, there were several missed calls from Minter and Okaki. He dialed his voicemail to hear the message that was waiting for him, wondering which one of them had bothered to leave the message. It was Okaki. Gav, the dive team has just managed to retrieve a body at the tower. FYI, this was definitely a murder, not an accident. Call me back when you get this. He did as she'd asked, but after a dozen rings, his call went through to her voicemail. He checked his watch. It was 9:15, which he knew was J time, the precious 2 hours in every 24 that Okaki's and her boyfriend's jobs allowed them to actually see each other. I've just got your message, Okaki, he said. I'm about to hit the sack myself. I presume LSE are doing the autopsy tomorrow morning. I'm going to be incommunicado all of tomorrow until the evening, probably. Not planning on overnighting it on the island if we can help it. We'll give you a Minter a call when we've spoken to Harris. He hung up and returned to his pint. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Chapter 16. Charlotte looked up from her book, a weathered and worn copy of a collection of short stories by John Irving, and slowly realized that the soft buzzing noise that had permeated the story she'd been reading was her phone vibrating on the side table. She picked it up, saw Old Bill on the screen, and smiled. She glanced at Ozzy, who was curled up with Mia beside the wood burner. I think your dad's ringing to see how you're getting on, she told him. She answered the call. Good evening, Charlotte Kennel Services. It's Bill, he replied unnecessarily. How are things with Ozzy? He's not been a pain, has he? Charlotte smiled at the view before her. Ozzy and Mia in a cosy huddle, staring blissfully at the flickering flames in the grate with glazed eyes. Oh, he's fine. He's bagged the best spot in my lounge, and Mia's loving the company. How are you doing? Are you where you need to be yet? She could hear what sounded like a pinball machine in the background. I'm on the mainland still, Boyd said. We're getting a ferry across to Rum early tomorrow morning. Charlotte chuckled at the name once again. Oh, I do love that. I always want to do my Captain Jack Sparrow impersonation when I say it, Boyd said. Who's Jack Sparrow? She asked. Does he work with you? She heard him laugh. You really have bypassed the last 20 years of popular culture, haven't you? I've had better things to do with my time, she replied haughtily. Anyway, how was your flight? A little bumpy. Nothing I'm not used to, though, he lied. A worldly-wise jet-setter, huh? That's me. She took a sip of her coffee. So it's a ferry over, a quick interview, then a ferry back, she asked. That's the plan, Boyd replied. Although if it's too late in the day, we might get a hotel room here tomorrow night and fly back Saturday. Well, Charlotte said, not wanting to draw the conversation out too long. Bill sounded tired. Don't you worry about Oz. He's decided he's the man of the house this evening, and he's absolutely fine. Don't let him boss you around. Oh, I think Mia and I can handle him, she said, smiling. She was enjoying having this part of Boyd here in her house. She heard him try and stifle a yawn. Look now, off you go, Mr. Detective. Get some sleep, so you're bright and ready to tackle your bad guy tomorrow. All right. Look, Charlotte, thanks again for... Shh, it's okay, really. Right, okay, he replied, dutifully chastened. Night-night, then. Good night, Bill. She ended the call and set the phone back down on her table, pleased that she hadn't sounded too clingy. Just the right amount of warmth and friendship, and nothing more than that. She didn't want to scare him away. It was a damn tightrope. You couldn't be too keen, nor too standoffish either. At her age, opportunities to find someone to grow old and happy with were increasingly hard to find, particularly someone as lovely as Bill. She still had no clear idea what his feelings were for her, whether he saw her as just a dog-walking friend, or whether he saw more possibilities in their friendship. She found herself reviewing his last few texts. Friendly, warm, grateful for minding Ozzy, but there was nothing in them that hinted he wanted to develop their companionship further. He lost his wife just a few years ago. Slow down. What the heck do you expect? She seemed to be telling herself this more and more regularly recently. She knew that happiness wasn't guaranteed with someone else. A relationship didn't necessarily ensure good company. Bill was the perfect friend. Would he be a perfect partner, though? Ozzy suddenly leapt to his feet and unleashed a deafening volley of barks. He padded from her front room to the kitchen and fired off another steady burst of deep, chesty barks at the back door. Ozzy! She got up and followed him through. What's the matter, boy? He looked at her, then at the door, at her, then back at the door again. Do you need the loo? She unlocked the door and let him out into a small yard, wet with a steady drizzle. He shot out into the darkness and down to the far end towards the wheelie bins and the gate to the alley outside. Oh, I see, she sighed. A cat, is it, eh? He jumped at the gate several times, sending it clattering against its post. Then he snuffled and snorted noisily along the bottom of it. Mia joined him. It's just a cat or a fox, she said, walking over. There's no reason to go potty, old boy. She shooed him up the yard and to the door. Then, as an afterthought, she closed Ozzy and Mia in the kitchen and went back to check that the gate was properly secured. The bolt was slid across just as it should be. Definitely a cat. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Ozzy was a lovely old boy, but his sudden barrage of ear-splitting barks was enough to jolt anyone's nerves. It's just a cat, she told herself again, as she listened to the steady hiss of the drizzle against the paving slabs in her yard. But then she heard something else, a very subtle but unmistakable noise, the scrape of a shoe on the cobbles on the other side of the gate. Hello, she called softly. Silence. Charlotte held her breath to listen more closely. The sound of footsteps moving away would be unsettling, but better than this perfect stillness, which suggested that someone was standing, stock still, barely a couple of feet away from her, separated by nothing more than a flimsy wooden gate. I'd piss off if I were you, she said, adopting the most menacing accent she could. I've got 2 German shepherds in here, mate. Her Mockney accent was Dick Van Dyke at his very best. She thought she heard a soft snigger through the wooden slats. She took a step back and looked up at the space above the gate. A street lamp, 2 doors down, cast a sickly amber sheen across the overgrown alleyway and threw a permanent orange glow across the ceiling of her back bedroom. Tonight, though, the fizzing light had picked out something else. The gentle, rising and fading curl of someone's breath ascending into the night. Chapter 17. From the warmth of the passenger cabin, Boyd watched Warren dry heaving over the safety rail. Most of this morning's big breakfast bap was on its way down to the bottom of the sea, or already lining the bellies of the gulls that seemed to be chasing the ferry away from mainland Scotland. Boyd shook his head. The poor lad had gone large for breakfast at the ferry terminal's cafe, as he'd woken up this morning absolutely starving. Boyd had done likewise, and was grateful that the large froth-covered swells that were making the ferry wallow aft to stern weren't having the same effect on him. He watched Warren wipe his mouth, check his coat, then his jacket and tie, and stagger back from the aft deck into the ferry's passenger lounge, which was pretty much 2 rows of orange plastic seats and a snack vending machine. Better? Asked Boyd. Warren collapsed into the bucket seat beside him, groaning wretchedly. I thought you were going to cough up a kidney out there. Warren doubled over
elbows on his knees, and gazed at the scuffed wooden floor between his feet. Oh, God, he mumbled to himself. Boyd couldn't help but feel sorry for him, slightly paternal even. He patted his back gently. At least it's all out now, sunshine. All done. I didn't know I got seasick, sir, Warren muttered. I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it. You never been on a choppy sea before? Warren shook his head. Never been on a ship before. Boyd nodded and huffed a laugh. I suppose it makes us even, doesn't it? I was a bit of a muppet on the plane up. He patted the young man's back again. I won't tell the others if you don't. The trip across the Sea of the Hebrides took an hour and a half, and they had the passengers' lounge to themselves. At 11:45, the ferry pulled out of the sluggish swells and into sheltered Kinloch on the Isle of Rum. The bay was little more than a horseshoe-shaped bite out of the island, peppered with a few single-story wooden buildings on either side and an old brick castle in the middle. The pilot brought the ferry up alongside an unmanned pier on the left-hand side of the bay and, with the help of the only other crew member, secured lines fore and aft. Hey, just hop over, lads, the pilot called out. You'll be fine. Boyd let Warren go first. The relief on Warren's face, as he stood on steady ground once more, was a picture. Where do we find the community ranger? Boyd asked the pilot. Carol's normally at the visitor centre, he said, pointing at the hut at the start of the pier. Hang on. No, it's Friday. She's not there. She'll be working in the post office right now. Past the castle. He pointed at a hut on the far side of the bay. That's about 20 minutes on foot. Lovely walk it is. Boyd looked up at the heavy grey sky, spitting mean-spirited, stinging drops of freezing rain down at him. On any other day, maybe. He hopped off the ferry with his and Warren's overnight bags slung one on each shoulder. The ferry was already untethered, with its engine roaring impatiently by the time he'd passed Warren's bag to him and turned to wave thanks to the pilot. Already feeling the cold, Boyd pulled the scarf and beanie out of his pockets. Right, looks like a brisk walk to the post office then, he said. The walk took them 20 minutes, just as the pilot had said, and they arrived outside a building that looked like a cross between a scout hut and a chirpy, well-used community hall. The Isle of Rum General Store. There was an old-fashioned red telephone box standing proudly outside it. Boyd instinctively reached for his own phone and checked for a signal. Nothing. If we need to phone home, that's it then, said Boyd, pointing to the box. He led the way inside the building and found presumably the only shop in the world that stocked a single item of virtually everything ever made by man. There was a young woman behind the counter, ticking items off a clipboard, a pair of glasses pushed up above her forehead into an untidy nest of auburn hair. Are you Carol? Boyd asked. She looked up. Hey. Then after a brief, confused frown, she gave them a friendly smile. You must be the corpus from England. Boyd offered her his hand. I'm DCI Boyd and this is DC Warren. Carol turned and reached for a notepad on a shelf behind her. She tore a page from it and passed it over the counter to him. Message for you. He looked at the scrap of paper. It bore Minter's name and a message. Call me, ASAP. I believe you're over here to have a chat with that Dickie, Carol asked. Boyd nodded. Yeah, we are. She looked concerned. Now, what can the poor old boy have done wrong to bring you all the way over here? I'm sorry, I can't really talk about that. It's a police matter, he said. He held the note up. Have you got a phone I can use? She nodded at the entrance to the shop. There's a call box outside. Well, you see, I've not got any cash, Boyd said. Not since the 90s, anyway. Warren? Warren shook his head. Carol spread her hands. Well, now, lads, I have a shop full of goodies and change in the till. Chapter 18. Okaki watched Dr. Palmer as she silently studied the small corpse on her examination table. The cadaver was still tucked into the fetal position in which they'd found her inside the holdall. The vinyl BOAC bag had been carefully cut away from her. The zip had rusted solid, and in several places her flesh had fused with the inner lining of the bag. They had a possible name for the girl already: Patricia Hemsworth. A label bearing that name had been stitched onto the collar of the blue denim dress she'd been wearing. A printed name label this old suggested the girl had been from some institution, perhaps a foster home, or maybe even an orphanage. Okaki texted the name to Minter. Possible victim name, Patricia Hemsworth. Anything on Miss Purr? She was hoping he'd get a quick result on leads, and was expecting her phone to vibrate in her jacket pocket at any moment. She turned her attention back to the work going on next to her, trying not to look at the girl's skeletal face. Her flesh had darkened to a wrinkled, leathery reddish brown that reminded Okaki of dried-out, hardened conkers. The girl's long blonde hair was spread out across the green vinyl cover of the examination table like a Japanese paper fan. It was the only part of Patricia that hadn't been corrupted by the decade she'd spent down there underwater. Her hair was still fair and untangled, as if it belonged to a child who'd just stepped out of the bathtub. Cause of death was probably blood loss, said Dr. Palmer. She pointed to a ragged tear in the leathery skin, located just below the collarbone on the girl's right side. This puncture runs all the way through to her back. The trajectory of it, I would say, might have nicked her lung, but almost certainly severed an artery. Any idea what could have caused it? Okaki asked. Palmer shook her head. Something irregular. It wasn't knife-sharp. I've seen wounds like this, caused by idiots clambering over spike-topped park fences and slipping. Dr. Palmer pulled the lens down and inspected the wound more closely. Okay, so I can see some splinters of wood, it looks like. So perhaps a wooden spike of some sort? She looked at Okaki. You say she was retrieved from a ruin? Okaki nodded. A tower. She couldn't think of the name for them right now. Over near Romney. There's wooden planking on the floors inside. A tower? Okay. Palmer nodded. There are signs of peri-mortem bruising. There may well be some broken bones in there too. I'll need to do an X-ray first. What are you thinking? My first thought is that she fell, Palmer replied. Perhaps onto a wooden spike or some jagged bit of wood, she said, pointing at the wound. If she was impaled, then blood loss would have finished her off relatively quickly. But what? Her eyes. What about them? Okaki asked. Dr. Palmer looked up at her. They're gone. I thought, don't they just break down pretty early in the decomposition process? Said Okaki. They do, but they'll leave behind a dried membrane. These are actually gone. Rats? Okaki wondered. Palmer pointed at the bag. She was zipped up in that, right? It wasn't completely zipped up. The diving team said her hair was out. I suppose something could have got in and had them. I'll need to do some closer work on the eye sockets. Palmer looked up again at Okaki over the rim of her glasses. There is, of course, the far more obvious issue, though, isn't there? How did she end up in that bag? Well, the obvious answer is foul play, Okaki said, especially given the other arm bone that we found down there. But then there's always room for the possibility that the death was accidental and the body was hidden. Oh, I see. A passing Samaritan? Okaki shook her head and shrugged. Any signs of sexual assault? She asked. Dr. Palmer's eyes wrinkled behind her glasses. She could have been smiling or grimacing. It was hard to tell. I don't know if I'll be able to get that kind of detail out of this one. However, it's highly suspicious that there was no underwear beneath the dress. If there's vaginal or anal tearing, it might show up, but this is essentially mummified flesh.
DNA? Palmer pulled a face. You're thinking semen or saliva traces?
Okaki nodded.
I can swab, but honestly, don't hold your breath.
Okaki's phone buzzed in her pocket.
I'll go and take this outside, she said,
relieved at the opportunity to take a break. Dr. Palmer nodded. Okaki stepped out of the dungeon-like gloom of Studio 3 into the brightly lit corridor outside. She answered the phone.
Patricia S. Hemsworth was aged 11 when she was reported missing in 1971, Minter began. She was on a camping holiday nearby with a large group of kids. Police searched the beaches, the marshes, the tower, but presumed after a couple of days that she'd been caught by a riptide and pulled out to sea. And that's it? They just gave up?
Okaki heard him sigh. 70s policing, right? Plus she was a kid from a care home. So I suppose there were no distraught parents to plead for the police and public to keep looking for her.
Shocker, she whispered. So token effort then.
Looks like it, Minter replied.
You said they searched the tower?
Okaki said. I've just been going through the notes. One of the PCs said that they'd checked the main floor and the floor below, Minter paused, which was obviously above water back then.
That's the floor that you said was caved in?
Partially, yeah, replied Minter. There's a caved-in bit in the middle. I don't know for certain how many wooden floors the basement area had. It looks like just one at the moment, and a stone or brick floor at the very bottom. He paused.
How's the autopsy going? She's pretty much mummified, Okaki told him. So far, cause of death looks like a penetration wound through her upper right chest. We're thinking she could have fallen on a wooden spike.
Well, that's plausible, Minter said. There's a lot of jagged wood down there.
But we're missing eyes, said Okaki. And there's the fact that she was stashed in a bag.
Hang on a minute.
You said no eyes, Minter said. As in, not decomposed, but gone. Possibly eaten by rats or removed.
She heard Minter whistling air softly.
Look, give me a sec, Minter. The signal might go.
She made her way out of the building and shook a cigarette out of her packet. She lit up, took a long pull, then blew out a cloud of smoke.
So we have one child victim from 71 and one teenager or older victim from...
Yet to be determined, completed Minter.
Uh-huh. And the arm bone, according to the bone expert, is about 20 years old. So we're looking at a murder in the late 90s or early noughties. Patricia's body dates to about 50 years, which matches up with the Leads Misper database, Okaki said.
An 11-year-old girl and a teenager or young woman, potentially decades apart? That's enough of a gap to suggest a different killer, Minter suggested.
You twitchy about calling it a serial killer case, Minty?
I'm just being cautious, Okaki. No jumping to conclusions. We got a spare bone, that's all. Minter paused. Of course, there's always the possibility someone accidentally left their arm behind after a visit. Okaki let out another cloud.
Ha! She wasn't sure what sounded less likely.
2 killers using the same place to dump their bodies? Or a serial killer returning to his dumping ground 30 years later?
If it's one killer, then he'd have to be pretty old by the time we get to victim 2.
Maybe 60, 70, Minter replied. That's not that old. Anyway, it's too early to be making a call on this. The boss can make decisions on next steps when he gets back, eh?
2 bodies in the same remote place. It's very coincidental, don't you think? She mused.
Ah, well, it's actually quite convenient. His Rob Brydon-like Welsh intonation lifted that last statement into an unintended question. It's close enough to several camping sites, it's remote, and it's flooded. Maybe we found a murderer's fly tipping site. Okaki winced. He really wouldn't be so flippant if he was here, if he'd just seen what she had.
Have you managed to get through to Boyd yet? She asked, changing the subject. You should try and...
She heard him exhale heavily through his nose. Is there any remote chance you could stop project managing me, Okaki? She rolled her eyes.
I'm just reminding you. He sighed. I left a voicemail just now and a message with the community ranger for when he arrives on the island. I'm sure he'll be in touch when he can. Chapter 19. Boyd shoved a fistful of coins into the slot in the hope that he'd have long enough to talk without the pips going, if that was even a thing these days. He dialed Minter's number, which was picked up after a couple of rings. Is that you, boss? He asked. Yeah, Boyd said. I just got your message from the ranger. What's the latest? We found a whole body at the bottom of the tower, Minter said. So now we have a complete skeleton, plus a spare arm bone, just in case. What? Boyd said, momentarily confused. 2 victims. We've got 2 victims now, boss. Boyd mouthed shit through the glass at Warren. The DC's brows locked together into a question mark. Boyd held 2 fingers up for him to see. All right then, he said. Tell me all about the new one. As Minter started to fill him in, he pushed the door of the phone box open with his foot and beckoned Warren to join him. Warren stood awkwardly at the entrance to the phone box, pointed inside and mouthed, In there. Boyd rolled his eyes and beckoned again. Warren squeezed in carefully beside his boss, and they stood with the phone nestled precariously between their faces. Okaki said Ellisy puts the arm bone at roughly 20 years, Minter continued. Boyd twisted around to put another coin into the slot, almost pushing Warren back outside in the process. That's a big gap for the same killer, he said, unless we're going to find more victims in between. Okaki and I hypothesized another possibility, boss, Minter said. We could have 2 killers using the same dumping ground. It's a bloody good place to lose a body, wouldn't you say? 2 killers using it but not knowing about each other? Warren asked, sceptically. All right, Warren, mate, said Minter. Well, you wouldn't, would you? If you knew some other twat was fly-tipping bodies in the exact same place, you'd stay well clear, right? Boyd wasn't a huge fan of coincidences. They tended to loom large in badly argued prosecution cases or soap operas that had jumped the shark. The payphone finally began beeping annoyingly in his ear, and Boyd realized he only had enough change to chase it away for another minute. He shoved Warren back outside and fed another couple of 50-pence coins into the slot. Okay, so how are the divers getting on? They're gone, boss, Minter replied. What? They said it was too dangerous to send someone down. They sent a remote unit down, and that's what's hooked the body. Bollocks. Boyd let his forehead bump gently against the phone booth's glass window. Right then, I guess the only other option is to go ahead and have that tower pumped out. Okay, tell Sutherland that's what we're going to do next, will you, Minter? And that the place will need to be made safe. Minter took in a deep breath. Sutherland won't like that. Well, that's tough, replied Boyd, as he patted his pockets for any more loose change. Tell him we need to get that started ASAP. It's going to take a while to empty that basement, I'd have thought. Will do. All right, Minter, thanks for the update. Oh, boss, yeah? Be careful. The call disconnected before Minter could finish. But Boyd had a pretty fair idea of what he wanted to say. It was quite possible that poor old Dickie, as Carol had fondly referred to him, was a serial killer. Chapter 20. Are you sure she said 2 miles? Boyd huffed. Yes, sir, Warren replied. Maybe she meant vertically? He stopped on the side of the track and leant against the flint wall. Fuck me. This is killing my legs, he sighed. Bloody Minter. It could be worse. It could be raining, sir, Warren chirped. They were on a dirt track that seemed to be one relentless uphill ramp towards the middle of the island. It was the only road on the island that linked Kinloch to Kilmorey, the island's only other settlement, which, according to Carol, had been deserted for more than 100 years, and was only occasionally occupied by researchers studying the wild red deer on the island. You'll not get lost. There's only the one road. Dickie's place is the only woodland you'll come across while you're on it. Warren scanned the bare and craggy slopes either side of them, a jagged moonscape of rock and moss
that seemed to sternly discourage any fool notions of wandering off-piste.
"There are trees up ahead," he said. "I'd say just another kilometre or so, sir."
Trees? Carol had distinctly said the word woodland. On this barren-looking landscape of moss, rocks, and tussocks of hardy grass, it seemed inconceivable that something as exotic and ambitious as a wood might exist.
"Yep, there's definitely more than a few trees, sir," Warren promised. "Another 10 minutes or so and I reckon we'll be up there."
Boyd followed Warren's gaze and spotted an irregular hairbrush of treetops on the smooth peak ahead of them. They reached the island's one and only wood beside the road just before 12:30 and found a path that branched off the road to their right and into the trees. From the lowest bare branches dangled decorations made from twigs and twine, the kind of meaningless figurines that horror filmmakers seemed compelled to linger on as grim portents lying ahead.
"I guess this must be Harris's place then," said Warren, eyeing them warily. "Jesus, that's scary."
Boyd eye-rolled and shook his head.
There seemed to be a generation out there brought up on found footage slashers who lost their minds as soon as they lost sight of tarmac.
He led the way down the muddy path into the wooded area and immediately caught a whiff of smoke. "Good," he said. "It smells like Dickie's home."
The path was little more than a deer run, and thick gorse and spiky bushes spilled into the space, scratching their shoulders and elbows. Finally, they emerged into an open area. Ahead of them was a grubby-looking porter-cabin surrounded by an encrustation of extensions and lean-tos constructed from a mixture of properly lumbered wood, corrugated iron, and branches from the trees around the clearing. There was a chicken coop with hens wandering around a wire mesh enclosure, a pair of goats in a more robustly fenced enclosure, and several raised beds with bamboo frames and withering runner bean plants clinging to them. Boyd heard a dog barking from behind him. The noise startled a dozen crows out of the skeletal branches above them. He turned round to see a black Rottweiler standing in the middle of the path they'd just walked along, blocking their way back out. "Hello there, boy," Boyd said, trying to sound as unthreatening as possible. He noticed Warren shuffling behind him. "Easy, boy." "Lilith!" a thin, high-pitched voice echoed out from among the trees. "Be nice!" "Easy, girl," Boyd corrected. The Rottweiler sat down on her haunches and settled for lifting her lips and showing her teeth while she rumbled unpleasantly. A moment later, Boyd caught sight of a figure moving cautiously through the woodland towards them. A man with long grey hair pulled into a scraggy ponytail and a thick Grizzly Adams beard that was several shades paler. He stepped out of the undergrowth, one arm clutching a bale of twigs and branches, the other hand holding a machete. The grey sky rumbled above, and Boyd felt a few stinging droplets of icy rain bounce off his head. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" the man inquired. "Are you Rookie Harris?" asked Boyd. The man stopped in the path beside his dog. "Yes," he replied warily. "And who wants to know?" "I'm DCI Boyd from Sussex CID, and this is DC Warren." Harris's face stiffened. "What do you want?" "We've just discovered a body in your Martello tower," Boyd said conversationally. Harris shook his head. "It's not mine anymore." "It dates back several decades," said Boyd, "and it's been your tower until recently, since 1989, if I'm not mistaken." For a moment, it looked as though Harris was either going to drop his kindling and run, or command Lilith to rip their throats out. Eventually, though, he let out a long, suffering sigh. "I bought that fucking thing when I was high on coke," he informed them. "Never even bothered to look at it. Biggest mistake ever." Boyd glanced up at the darkening clouds. The sleet was getting too heavy to ignore, and now that he'd stopped walking uphill, he was starting to feel the bitter cold. "Any chance we can talk to you inside, Mr. Harris?" Harris seemed hesitant. but after the briefest of pauses, flipped on a smile. "Since you've walked all the way up the hill, I suppose I can make you a cuppa." He and Lilith led them into his cabin. Inside, it was cluttered with a random assortment of tools, half-finished projects, boxes of tinned food and items of memorabilia from his heavy metal days. Boyd couldn't see a kettle, or a stove, or anywhere to sit even. "This is just my garden shed," Harris said, seeing Boyd's confusion. He set the machete down on a workbench. "We have to go via this to get to my home." At the far end of the cabin was a curtain on a pole, and Harris pushed it aside to reveal a dark passageway beyond, lined with planks of wood. It looked almost as if they were entering a mine shaft. "I like to think of this as my version of Bag End," said Harris. "Piled dirt and compost over a rubber membrane, which lies over a timber frame. Perfect insulation for the long winter months." The passageway widened into a surprisingly large, round room with a sloped conical ceiling that peaked with a smoke vent. The floor was made up of more wooden slats, softened with rugs. The sloping walls were lined with velvet drapes. A lava lamp was sitting on a coffee table, and they could hear music playing. "You've got electricity," Boyd said, surprised. Harris pulled a face. "Of course. I got a couple of turbines out away from the trees. We're never short of a stiff breeze here on Rum." He turned on a couple of lamps around the room to brighten it up. "So, what do you think of my hobbit hole, eh?" He turned on a tap, which protruded from between two planks, and filled a battered and blackened kettle with water. "I've got a water tank above. It's all plumbed in, as you can see." He set the kettle down on a wood burner and prodded around in the grate, stoking up the embers and adding another couple of dried logs on top. "It's very cosy," remarked Boyd. "It's a bit like one of those posh festival yurts." Harris grinned. "Right, that's the vibe what I was going for. Glasgow 1979, before I got overrun with bloody yuppies." Warren was looking around for somewhere to sit. Harris pointed out a hammock. "That's my bed. Don't you worry, son. You'll find no bodies in there." Warren carefully sat down on it, legs and arms braced in case it flipped over and dumped him onto the ground. Lilith came over to sit right in front of him. "So, are you totally self-sufficient?" asked Warren, keeping his eyes firmly on the dog. "You mean food-wise?" Harris asked. Warren nodded. "Nah, that's not working out so well. I get eggs and milk from my girls outside, but trying to grow anything here's a fucking ball ache, not worth the effort. I get everything else from the general store." "Do you barter the eggs and milk?" asked Warren, trying not to fall off the hammock in case that triggered Lilith to lunge for his throat. Harris snorted with laughter. "It's not still the Stone Age here, lad. I've got a running tab with Carol and Dennis. When the royalties come in twice a year, they take what I owe out of that." The kettle began to hiss on the stove. Boyd found a wooden seat, a section of tree trunk with an L roughly carved into the side and topped with a cushion. He sat down. "So," Boyd said, "we're here to chat to you, Mr. Harris, because—" "Because the world never forgets a pedo," finished Harris. He looked Boyd in the eye. "Let's be honest. That's why you're up here, isn't it?"
Chapter 21. Minter rubbed his hands together to get some warmth back into his fingers. "Buggeringly cold today, isn't it?" Sully shrugged as he peered down into the dark void below. "The cold never really affects me." Minter wondered how that could possibly be true. "There's no insulation on you at all, Sully." The man was just bone wrapped in skin and a paper-thin forensic suit. Even the hair on his head was little more than a spectral outline of fine blonde follicles. More halo than hairdo. "I generate heat with the sheer horsepower of my intellect," the forensics coordinator replied. "That's why I don't have to jog 10 miles every day to keep trim. The sheer calorie burn of my brain is enough to keep me lean and mean." He got to his feet. "Whereas you, Detective Sergeant,
have to punish yourself with God knows how many hours of pointless self-flagellation every day.
Ah, but it's not pointless if I enjoy it, is it? Minter countered. Sully sighed and snapped on his torch.
Well, if the modern-day equivalent of moving boulders from one side of a quarry to the other and back again keeps you a happy chappy, who am I to judge? He looked back down into the open trap door. The water's going down quickly. I can almost see the floor below now. Minter joined Sully beside the trap door and panned his own torch around. The beam picked out items of debris that were breaking the surface now, mostly dislodged bricks and banks of built-up silt. The top of a post on the far side had turned out to be the handrail for a set of wooden steps that hugged the wall and descended into the water. Just outside the tower, they could hear Gavin Merchant's pump chugging noisily away. He'd been more than happy to return to the job as soon as he was satisfied that Sussex police were going to pay up if that grumpy-ass Knight refused.
Mr. Knight'll be well chuffed if you mugs end up footing his bill, Merchant had said, chuckling. Yeah, well, we're not pouring the concrete as well, if that's what the cheeky bugger's hoping for. It can collapse around him as far as our boss is concerned, Minter had told him. Earlier this morning, Minter had watched the young man ease the thick extraction pipe back down through the trap door, jostling and jiggling it to make sure it sank down into the brackish water as far as it could go, wondering if it was going to land right where it had the first time and suck up another bone. It's a bit like going back in time, said Sully thoughtfully. Don't you think, Minter? Huh? Minter looked over at him. The water level going down. That basement storage area's been slowly filling up, I suppose, for the past 100 years or so, gradually concealing the past an inch at a time. It's fascinating. Christ, Sully, Minter laughed. Next you'll be telling me you go metal detecting on the weekends. Sully looked up at him sharply. What if I do? Minter closed his eyes and shook his head. Oh, Jesus. Well, it makes more sense than the ridiculous escapade you're up to this weekend. What's it called? The Iron Gland Challenge? Man, Minter corrected, then realized he hadn't needed to. Minter's phone buzzed in his jacket pocket, and he fumbled it out, nearly dropping it into the glistening water below. Don't drop it, offered Sully helpfully. It was Akaki. Hello, Minty, she said. Are you and Sully having fun? What have you got for me? He asked, ignoring the question. Okay, she chuckled. Well, I have for you a big win, hopefully. Go on. I'm still at Ellisy. I'm heading back to the station now, but I wanted to catch you because they found some pretty useful things in the grot at the bottom of that BOAC bag. Such as? Minter asked. A time capsule of sorts. She paused for effect. She sounded as pleased as Punch with herself and was obviously waiting for him to nudge her along. Explain? Minter finally relented. There was a Tupperware lunchbox, sealed, completely dry inside, with a fossilized apple core, a Dairy Lee triangle wrapper, and a Batman Pez dispenser. Okaki chuckled again. Yeah, me too. I had to look that one up. Thing is, it was all perfectly sealed and perfectly dry inside. Dr. Palmer is pretty sure we'll get some viable DNA off what's in there. Minter had to rewind that. A Pez dispenser? He actually remembered those. So this is what, a child's bag? A kid? You're saying a kid did this to another kid? Possibly. Jesus. But that doesn't explain the other humorous bone. Don't forget we have a second victim. Did this kid grow up and kill someone else? Okaki sighed. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, Dr. Palmer's going to fast-track the DNA work. We should get a result tomorrow. If so, we might get a hit on the NDNAD. So even though it's the weekend, I'm booking in a shift for tomorrow. Damn it. You go ahead, I can't, Minter said. What? Okaki exclaimed. You have to... It's my Iron Man challenge, he reminded her. Fuck that, Minter. We could have an actual name by the end of tomorrow. No, Okaki, I can't. I've been training months for this. Do it another time. Minter suppressed a spark of irritation. Excuse me? You are not the boss of me, Okaki. Don't make me remind you I'm the DSI.
Fine, she replied huffily. I'll go in alone then. Minter was actually torn, surprisingly so. A gem of evidence like this lunchbox could, if she struck lucky, lead her right to the front door of some child murderer who must have long thought he'd got away with it. Solving a case like that, and having your name stamped on top of it, was a bloody career gift. In fact, Okaki, he said, this case is decades old. It can wait till Monday. We'll do it. I'm coming in tomorrow, boss. Just saying. She hung up on him before he could say anything more. Bloody typical, that is, he muttered to himself. Bloody typical. Chapter 22. Christ above! It was one slip-up, one error of judgment, said Harris. And I'm telling you, everyone was at it back then, shagging the groupies. It was part of the old rock and roll thing. Sex, drugs, booze, right? Well, the fact remains that she was a minor, said Boyd. She was one of a bunch of chicks who crashed our after-gig party and went back to the tour bus with us. Shit like that happened every single night. Harris leant forward in his creaking rocking chair. Every single fucking night. So no, man, I did not check the date of birth of every eager fan who rushed to get on the party bus with the band. He settled back again, a wiry old desiccated figure, sitting in his rocking chair, glinting eyes sunken into their sockets. But there it is. The shit always sticks. Ricky Harris, the pedo, the sex offender. And that's why the band kicked you out? Asked Warren. Yeah, because despite that bad boys of rock image we had, they were scared that some other groupie, or groupie's mum, would point a finger at them. They wanted to put as much distance between themselves and me as they possibly could. Those wankers just threw me under a bus, man. Harris chuckled to himself. Of course, the satisfying bit is when they came to record their next album and they couldn't come up with anything even half decent. Those idiots chucked out the one member of the band who can actually write a decent fucking song. You were the main creative driving force then? Asked Boyd. Yeah, all the big ideas, the lyrics, the album covers, the videos. Those videos that feature young girls being abducted and tortured. Both men turned to look at Warren. Boyd raised his eyebrows. Your pop videos were basically abuse porn, Warren added. Harris rolled his eyes. It's what sold records back then, sunshine. I know things are all woke and wonderful now, but back then... The same laws on sex with a minor existed back then, countered Warren. Lilith rumbled menacingly at Warren as he leant forward in the creaking hammock. He managed not to flinch and kept his eye contact with the old man. That hasn't changed, Harris. Boyd couldn't help the slightest smile. Good lad. Harris shook his head. Jesus, boy. Things weren't all politically correct in those days, okay? It wasn't all wall-to-wall do-gooders whining about everything. Heavy metal was the Wild West of showbiz, for God's sake. Anything went. Throwing TVs out of hotel windows, trashing nightclubs, snorting coke off a chick's tits, drinking Jack Daniels in pints. Fuck, it's what the record company wanted us to do. What the music press wanted us to do. Act bad. But not sexually assault a child, said Warren. I didn't assault her, and she wasn't a fucking child. She was under 16, snapped Warren. That's the definition, and it's there for a reason, Harris. Boyd nodded. Christ, how many times had he heard grown men claim they couldn't tell or that the girl had said she was older? I don't recall her fighting me off, said Harris. Bloody hell, those girls were queuing up to get in. A minor is legally unable to give consent, said Warren, which, in fact, makes it rape. Oh, piss off, man, Harris snorted. They knew exactly what they were doing. Christ, what the fuck do you know about the 80s? You weren't even born then, sunshine. The fact is, Harris, said Boyd, stepping back in, there's a law, and you broke it knowingly or otherwise, and that comes with a consequence. Harris nodded slowly, ruefully. Oh, and don't I bloody well know that? In interviews with the press, Warren glanced down in his notebook, the band said they kicked you out because you took things too far. What did they mean by that? Like I said, they were trying to distance themselves, scared shitless that they'd be accused of the same thing. The next to have their lives ruined. Nick Priest, the singer, said that fuck that prick. Said that you were into creepy, occult, ritualistic shit. What exactly did he mean by that? Harris sighed. That was just the band image. It was not different to the nonsense Black Sabbath and the others were peddling at the time. It sells, okay? Millions of teenage boys, mostly American, rebelling against their Bible-bashing parents by buying a piece of vinyl with a picture of the devil on the front. Nothing more than that. Did you believe in any of that occult stuff at the time? Asked Boyd. Harris turned to look at him, then cracked a grin. You shitting me? Boyd waited. No, of course I fucking didn't. It was just what was cool at the time, man. He chuckled. Flowers in the 60s, drugs in the 70s, devil in the 80s, right? Occult imagery, Boyd added, which included images of child abuse, execution. For fuck's sake, Harris snorted. Here we go again. The world's full of that shit. Paintings, movies, books, videos. But not celebrating it, cut in Warren. We weren't fucking celebrating it. Warren checked his pad again. Burn the witches, roast them black, or drown the bitches like pups in a sack. The lyrics from one of your songs? Harris sighed. Yeah, from Kill Your Darlings. For fuck's sake, it's not literal. It's like an allegory, man, a fucking metaphor. For what? He shook his head. All the things that piss me off. Record company execs, shitty managers, NME journalists, bootleggers, mainstream radio DJs. All of them summed up as a little girl to be ritually slaughtered, Warren said. That album was called Slaughter Your Innocence. It was all part of the album's riff, man. And it was meant to be fucking ironic because none of those music biz types were innocents. Boyd stepped in again. So, 1997, you're turfed out of the band. What did you do after that? My wilderness year, Harris responded sullenly. It wasn't a great time, to be honest. I did a lot of drugs, booze, felt pretty sorry for myself. It cheered me up no end that the band fell apart 9 months later. I mean, metal was pretty much dead then anyway. Did you visit your Martello Tower at all? Boyd asked. No. Like I said, I've never even seen the bloody thing. He shrugged. It seemed a kind of cool place to have a studio when I bought it. Should have figured I'd never be able to do anything to it because of a bunch of history-mad NIMBYs. You'd known about that tower since your childhood, said Warren. Is that correct? You grew up locally? Harris looked at him. Sure. I was born and raised in Romney. Every kid around there knew about Devil's Tower. Why was it called that? Asked Boyd. Ah, the old man's face creased with an impish smile. Because of the Aleister Crowley story. You heard of him, right? Warren shook his head. Boyd had. He was a famous occultist from the turn of the century, wasn't he? Bit later, said Harris. Between the war years, actually. He was a crazy motherfucker into all kinds of weird Wicca and satanic crap. The story associated with the tower was that in the 40s, just after the war ended, he and some acolytes performed a ceremony in the basement, summoned the devil, as you do, and the devil tore them all to little pieces except for Crowley. He then stormed out of the tower and across the marshes, leaving a trail of hoof prints behind him, which, if you look closely, can still be found today. Harris laughed. It's a load of complete crap, obviously, but kind of a cool backstory, right? Under other circumstances, Boyd mused, it probably would be. And you say you found a body down there, eh? Harris grinned. So maybe that satanic voodoo shit wasn't a load of crap after all. Chapter 23. Sully couldn't help himself. Sitting down on the recently laid out sheets of plywood for safety, here on the upper basement floor, he waited for the water to recede. It was like waiting for Christmas. Frustrating. Worse than that, he mused. It was like waiting for the okay then from his mother to unwrap his presents beneath the tree, which eventually came after lunch, pudding, and the sherry when every other kid in the world had already unwrapped theirs. The water was now a foot or so below the upper basement floor. He got up and carefully went over to the ragged hole in the middle of the wooden deck, through which the RCU had descended, and now the pump hose, which disappeared into the abyss. It looked as if it had collapsed a long time ago. His torch picked out a monochrome environment of dark green algal slime on the surrounding wall. It glistened on every surface, and where it wasn't present, the surface glistened black with silt. "Holding back the years," he sung out loud, tunelessly to himself. He hummed the rest of the melody, not knowing the words or even the band. That's what it was like, though, wasn't it? Time rewinding, revealing the hazy past. Already he'd noted graffiti etched into the brick walls. Not the usual Joe sucks balls graffiti, but carvings left by bored soldiers who'd once been stationed in the tower, waiting for invasions that had never quite happened. Private Peter Buffin, 1799, stationed in this wretched place, plucked from Hookie's nose. Sergeant J.P. Weston, Yanks go home. Sully loved these little indelible pieces of carved historical memories. History viewed from the muddy boots, rather than history viewed from the lofty height of a distant historian's pen. In the gunk of silt and algae, there were forensic clues of more recent visitors, their place in the timeline evidenced by the rubbish they'd left behind. Green glass Coke bottles from the 60s, Bazooka Joe gum wrappers from the 50s, rusty Chesterfield tobacco tins from the 40s. The racket made by the pump and generator was distant down here, almost absent. The only sounds were the echoing of lapping water, the gurgling of the pipe, and his own careful footsteps on the wet, creaking boards. There was not even the squeak of a rat, which was a blessed relief. Rats made Sully run headlong into other people. He wandered back over to the wooden post and the banister that slanted downwards into the slowly descending water. He could see 4 steps now. 10 minutes ago there had been just 3. Time rolling backwards. The 5th step was revealed every now and then as the water sloshed around. Not for the first time, Sully carefully descended the first 3 steps, placing his feet as close to the brick wall as he could so as not to challenge the sodden wood too much. The 5th step was clearly wider than the others, and he suspected it was a support platform for the staircase, which wound its way down round the inner wall of the tower. Presumably there'd be a post beneath to hold it up, or more likely a thick support beam sticking out from the central brickwork. He watched as step 5 gradually revealed more and more of itself, a slick, uneven carpet of algae and gaps between the slats. Despite the fact that scaffolding was due to be going in later today to shore up the wooden steps, safety first, of course, he stepped down onto the 4th stair and heard it creak unhappily beneath him. He squatted and aimed his torch at the next few steps. Yes, number 5 was definitely supported. He felt a little bolder and squatted down to peer between the wooden slats of the steps as the water's height slowly receded. He aimed his torch directly down into the gap, and the black water flickered light back at him. The gap between the next 2 planks showed no flickering reflection. There was no water there. "Ah, a wall support beam then," he muttered smugly. "Thought so." He aimed his torch along the gap towards the wall where the thick support beam emerged from the old brickwork. It wasn't a snug fit. There was a fair bit of space either side of the beam. The bricklayers had left deep cubbyholes for the carpenters to later place their beams, but clearly neither group had discussed with the other how much space would be needed. Sully dared to step down onto the as-yet unseen 6th step and was relieved to feel it was nice and firm there. He squatted down to peer into the cubbyhole. The light from his torch picked out something wedged firmly beside the old oak beam, something that glistened blackly, something that glistened like a bin liner. He felt his heart give a little skip, not out of fear. Inappropriate as he knew it would be to admit in company,
It was the thrill of discovery. The same little adrenaline ping he got when his metal detector passed over a submerged hunk of metal. Chapter 24. You hung on to that tower for over 30 years, said Warren. Why?
I didn't exactly hang on to it, man, Harris pointed out. I couldn't fucking sell the bloody thing. It's also a scheduled monument, which meant I couldn't do a thing to it either.
Boyd recalled Knight had said he'd made several decent offers over the years. Either Harris was lying, or he had unrealistic expectations for what the tower was worth.
And, by the way, Harris continued, if that wasn't bad enough, being the owner meant I was liable for any of the idiot kids coming to harm if they broke a leg or something.
Kids? Harris nodded.
Bloody teenagers. There was an illegal party, or what do they call them, raves, held in my tower a while back. For fuck's sake. I was lucky nobody fell off the roof or broke an arm or a leg, man. I'd have been sued into bankruptcy. Not only was the tower a fucking waste of my money, it was a liability. I ended up having to hire someone to fucking watch the place.
Who did you hire? Asked Warren, glancing at Boyd.
Some security company. Harris shook his head. Can't remember the name. I cancelled that contract in 2009, 2010, I think.
Why?
Money, he replied with a shrug. As in, I was running out of the stuff. Not sure if you two are up to speed on music royalties, but since that greedy green bastard Spotify turned up on the scene, you either gig for a living or you give up.
He picked up his mug. While Harris slurped the last of his tea, Boyd looked around his hobbit hole. There were a few token reminders of Harris's band years. An electric bass guitar with the body shaped like a V, naturally. Some album covers were lined up on a shelf, displaying images designed to provoke and enrage conservative Christian parents, upside-down crosses, pentagrams, obscure pagan and Wicca glyphs.
But then you finally managed to sell the tower last month, said Boyd. Talk me through that.
Harris finished his tea and set his mug down on the wooden floor with a heavy clunk.
Yeah, there's another bloody story.
Boyd checked his watch. The ferry did a return run to Malik in the afternoon, stopping at Rum at about 5:30.
We have time, said Boyd. Well, when I first bought the tower in 89, no one was bloody interested in it. And then, when I planned to develop it, suddenly everyone was up in arms about it. There was all this crap about it being turned into a millionaire's nightclub. Fucking stupid.
Warren leant forward.
What were your...
Lilith growled, and Warren slowly settled back again. What were your plans for it? He asked, eyeing the dog warily.
A recording studio, that's all. No fucking nightclub or drugs den or satanic bloody temple. Anyway, the locals all got shitty about it, man. They put a petition together and lodged a complaint against my plans while they campaigned to have that pile of rubble turned into some protected national monument. They even gave themselves a bloody name.
UK Martello Tower Protection Society, said Warren.
That's them, replied Harris. Fucking ridiculous. Bunch of stupid...
Harris's voice trailed off.
I've had to deal with those silly bastards for the last 20 years. They wouldn't let me develop it, so I offered to sell it to them over and over, but they didn't want to buy it either.
Who did you deal with? Can you remember any names?
Of course I can. 2 arseholes who go by the names of Arnold and Knight. They knew they had me over a barrel.
Stephen Knight, said Boyd.
Yeah, that tight shithead finally took it off my hands. Not exactly the asking price, but a decent amount, I suppose, given there's nobody else out there dumb enough to buy it.
So you're saying you were trying to get rid of it? Not hold on to it? Because we're different, said Boyd.
Well, whoever told you that was talking bollocks. I've been trying to offload that thing ever since I got fucked over. I needed that money.
He nodded at his surroundings.
I live cheaply here. Couple of $100 every month for tea bags, tobacco, some food. But that's still money, right? I'm not living on fresh air, man.
But you and Knight finally struck a deal last month, said Boyd.
Yeah.
What changed?
Dunno. Guess the time was right.
And what does that mean? Boyd asked.
Shit just lined up, Harris grinned. The dark gods approved the deal, man.
Warren sat forward.
The dark gods? Harris chuckled. Nah, got a call and decided the price was right.
So you do have a phone? Said Warren, surprised. Harris reached across to a dusty crate that stood for as a coffee table and picked up a Nokia that looked about 20 years old.
I do, but it only works on the mainland.
So, Warren said, looking at him, you're not on this island all the time.
I go across to the Big Smoke every now and then, sure,
Harris said, shrugging.
When I need something, Carol and Dennis don't stock in their shop.
He glanced at Boyd.
And no, I don't mean drugs or booze. I've been clean for the last 10 years, man. Anyway, Knight gave me a figure I could be happy with, and the deal was done.
Harris laughed.
To be honest, I was well pleased.
How much did Knight offer you? Asked Warren. Harris tapped the side of his nose.
Enough to tide me over for a long while, given that I'm not exactly living in Vegas.
But more than previous offers, tried Boyd. He watched the old man's bony hands fidgeting restlessly. Harris nodded.
I suppose he and his conservation buddies had more money than usual to fart around with.
And did he mention their plans? Asked Boyd.
He said the thing was sinking into the marsh, that he needed to pump a concrete foundation into it before the base collapsed, Harris said. But you say you found a body down there, eh?
Yeah, Boyd confirmed. The foundation work's on hold, obviously, until we've concluded the investigation.
Good, Harris chuckled. I hope the whole fucking thing collapses.
He slowly reached down behind a box of tin cans and pulled out a packet of tobacco and some Rizzlers.
Best thing for that bloody ruin, to just fucking disappear.
What else do you think we'll find down there? Asked Boyd.
Who knows? Dozens of sacrificed children, the countless bones of headless fair maidens.
Harris chuckled sardonically.
Maybe even the dismembered remains of Crowley's unlucky acolytes, eh?
He licked the Rizzler and finished rolling his cigarette, sparked a lighter, and pulled on it until the end glowed brightly and crackled softly.
Do let me know what you find. I'd be very interested.
Oh, we'll be back in touch, Mr. Harris, said Boyd, now that we know where to find you. Chapter 25. It was already getting dark as they made their way back down the island's only road to Kinloch. Boyd was finding the downhill journey a much easier one.
So what's your take on that, Warren?
Boyd noticed that he kept looking back uphill towards the silhouette of the receding wood.
Relax. He's not going to come charging after us with a chainsaw.
I know, Warren replied. Boyd puffed out a cloud into the freezing cold air. Well? I don't know. He's what I was expecting. Creepy as hell. What about you, sir? What do you think?
I don't know if he's our man, Boyd mused.
Why'd you say that? Asked Warren.
Well, I can't believe he'd have sold the tower if he was responsible for and knew about a couple of bodies sitting down at the bottom, can you?
Maybe he thinks Knight's just pumping down concrete, said Warren. Maybe Knight didn't mention anything about pumping it dry first, so he thinks it would be safe enough to let it go.
A calculated risk?
Warren nodded. You heard him. He said he needed the money.
Well, that's a big risk to take if he was aware of what was in the tower, given that his music and videos seem to be about killing darlings and innocents. If a body turned up, he must have realised he'd be the first person we come and talk to.
Maybe that's his angle, sir.
If I'd done it, why would I frame myself, man?
Boyd chuckled at Warren's impersonation.
That's possible. I suppose it's a tactic that's been used plenty of times before.
If Harris had anything to do with the body in the bag, then that was a first-class performance, Boyd thought. He'd managed to put on a convincing show of not actually giving that much of a crap.
Jeez,
hissed Warren.
What?
Harris would have been what, 13? A kid, killing another kid. Warren looked at him. Boyd shrugged.
It happens, Warren. Those two boys that killed Jamie Bolger weren't any older.
He puffed another plume of air out into the gathering darkness. He remembered how sick the whole nation had felt over that one. Boyd tugged his beanie down.
It was getting ridiculously cold now. Well, Harris is definitely a person of interest until we know more. What's the next step, sir? Warren asked. Hopefully, by now, Sutherland's given permission for the pumping to restart, and the water's coming up and out as we speak. We've also got that other arm bone to explain. I'm presuming we're going to find at least one other body at the bottom of this Devil's Tower. Shit, whispered Warren, glancing over his shoulder once more. Devil's Tower is a good name for it. Boyd huffed out another cloud as he chuckled. All that Aleister Crowley crap, eh? Is that worth looking at? Asked Warren. I mean, not summoning the actual devil and everything, but if some ritualistic things were done down there in the past, I'm pretty sure vinyl BOAC sports bags weren't a thing back in Aleister Crowley's time. Oh, right. Muppet, said Boyd with a smile. You did a good job today, by the way. Honestly, he'd been impressed with the lad. Really? Warren asked. Yeah. You asked some good questions and didn't let him off the hook despite Lilith. Boyd reckoned that Harris had the Rottweiler guard Warren because he could see it was throwing Warren off balance. Or maybe Harris had just thought that was funny. They stopped at the post office to collect their overnight bags. While they were there, Boyd asked Carol how often Harris came down to the shop for things and how often he took the ferry to the mainland. Dick is in every few days for something or other, and he takes the ferry to Mallaig, I think, every couple of months or so for a curry, she replied. He does love a hot madras. Boyd was tempted to ask her if she knew who he was, namely an ex-rocker and sex offender, but he decided to let it go. She probably did. The internet meant there were very few secrets these days, even in remote places like this. He and Warren made it around the bay to the closed-up visitor centre and the unmanned ferry stop with an hour to spare. As soon as he was no longer walking, Boyd quickly began to feel the cold. He pulled out a spare jumper from his overnight bag and layered up. Warren pulled a cagoule out and huddled inside it. There was a wooden hut, like a bus stop shelter, and they sheltered inside as they waited for the boat. While they waited, Boyd had time to reflect on Harris, his crime and its consequence. To be on the sex offenders register was to share company with a broad spectrum of convicted men who ranged from the predatory and dangerous to fossilized old rockers like Harris. Harris, despite his unconventional past, the appalling music, in Boyd's opinion, exploitative lyrics and sickening imagery, had paid a hefty tariff for what might have been a crime committed unknowingly. However, borderline legal age or not, an adult having sex with a teenager was not, in Boyd's mind, a symmetrical exchange. It was weighted heavily against the younger person with false promises, and in many cases, life-damaging consequences in the aftermath. If fame was the facilitator for that kind of behavior, then shame would be the minimum consequence. The ferry turned up bang on time. Given that it was battling a headwind coming into the sheltered bay and riding a lumpy sea, that was no mean achievement. Warren was better on the return leg of the journey to Mallaig, not having just had a full breakfast this time. And as they pulled into the harbour at 7 in the evening, he congratulated the grey-faced lad for not feeding the trailing gulls again. Chapter 26. On the way back to the airport at Inverness, to catch whatever flight was available back down south, Boyd's phone finally decided to wake up to the fact that there'd been several missed calls from Minter and Okaki. Boyd dialed Minter's number, and after a dozen rings it clicked over to voicemail. He tried Okaki, and she answered almost immediately. Gav, are you back from the savage outer islands? I'm on my way to the airport. You and Minter both called me. What's new? We've got another complete body, she said. Have you found the rest of the body that belongs to the humerus bone? Boyd asked. He could hear raised voices and music in the background. Okaki muttered something to someone, and a moment later the noise was gone, replaced
with a steady rustling sound of a crosswind and the ever-present faint cry of gulls.
Sorry, Gov, post-work pint.
So, come on then, Boyd said, thinking he could do with a post-work pint about now. Give me the gist. He heard her spark up and take a pull on her cigarette.
Not the rest of the body. I mean, they found a second complete body. Adult female, early 20s, according to Dr. Palmer.
She puffed out.
So that's 2 bodies and a bone. Let me do the maths for you. That'll be 3 victims now, Gov.
Boyd let out a low whistle and held 3 fingers up to Warren. Have you resumed pumping yet?
Yeah, and this one was revealed about an hour after the water started pumping out. She was stashed in a gap in the basement wall in a bin liner.
Christ, maybe you and Minter were bang on.
About to be in a dumping ground, she said.
Yeah.
It makes sense, Gov. She paused. How was Ricky Harris?
He's slightly more with it Ozzy Osbourne, Boyd told her. Warren leant in toward Boyd's phone.
Barely,
he yelled. Okaki snorted.
You think he's our man? She asked.
Boyd explained the summation of his thinking. Harris is either completely innocent or guilty of a single incident. I'm really struggling to see him as a serial killer, though.
Right, so it could be him for Hemsworth, and then somebody else for the arm and this new one, Gov.
Let's feel it more lightly. Have Elsie done an autopsy yet?
No, that's on Monday morning, Gov. Dr. Palmer's away over the weekend.
Isn't there someone else who could do it? Boyd asked.
The whole practice is closed, Gov. They're having a Christmas do somewhere.
What? Really? For God's sake. What is it with...
He took a breath and let it out slowly.
Okay. So what's happening with the tower? Is the pumping going to continue over the weekend? Or is Merchant off for a few beers too?
Okaki laughed. No, he's happy to finish it. The sooner it's done, the sooner he can move on to another job.
So who's supervising over the weekend then? Minter? Boyd asked.
No. He's doing that Iron Man challenge of his.
Boyd shook his head.
Yes, of course he was.
Well, we need someone there in case something turns up. Is the contractor pumping right now?
No, he'll be back again tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Okaki said.
Well, we'll need to rota someone to get over there before he starts.
I'm on it, Gav. I'm taking an extra shift tomorrow, said Okaki. I'll be on site. I imagine Sully will be keeping me company most of the time as well. He's as happy as a pig in mud down there in the basement. Honestly, you should see him.
Good job, Okaki.
When are you back, Gav?
Boyd sighed. I'm going to see whether we can grab a flight back down from Inverness tonight. If not, it had better bloody well be first thing tomorrow.
Okay, she replied. Shall we touch base then?
Boyd grunted an affirmative and hung up. Warren looked up from his phone.
Did I get that right, sir? There's another body?
Yeah. Boyd tucked his phone back into his coat. Against the balance of probability, he said, it looks as if we might have more than one killer. Chapter 27. They managed to catch the last scheduled flight of the day heading back down to Gatwick. It was, to Boyd's immense relief, a much smoother return flight. Boyd drove the pool car to Hastings, while Warren slept in the passenger seat throughout the entire journey. They arrived at his house at just gone 1 in the morning. Boyd parked up and shook his shoulder. "We're home, sleepyhead," he said, nudging him again for good measure. Warren blinked at him, confused for a few moments. Boyd nodded at the steamed-up car window on Warren's side, and the porch light winking on outside. He caught sight of Warren's mother, peering out from the open front door. "Come on, mate, Mum's waiting," he said, chuckling. He wound his window down. "I've got your son here, Mrs. Warren." His breath formed a plume in the cold, billowing back into the warm fug of the car. "Oh!" She gave him a quick wave as she hurried across the drive in her slippers and dressing gown. "Thank you for looking after him, Mr. Boyd," she said, as she opened the passenger side door. "Come along, Snorrosaurus," she said, as she cajoled Warren to gather up his things and climb out of the car. "Oh, hey, Mum," he said drowsily. "What are you doing up so late?"
Will you have a cup of tea, Mr. Boyd? Mrs. Warren asked. No, thanks, Boyd said. I'm going to dump him and run if that's okay, but thanks for the offer. Mrs. Warren looked a little relieved. Was my Matty well behaved on your field trip? Boyd fought the urge to smile. She was perfectly serious. Yes, he was very well behaved, he replied solemnly. Night, sir, said Warren, still blinking sleep out of his eyes as he got out of the car. Boyd watched him shuffling into the house, like a kid who'd spent the longest day ever at Disneyland, with his mother firing question after question at him as they stepped inside. The only thing missing, Boyd thought, was a Mickey Mouse cap on his tufty head and a goodie bag clasped under one arm. Boyd drove home and parked the pool car on Ashburnham Road, right outside his house. It looked dark and empty. He dragged his overnight bag off the back seat, locked up and fumbled with the front door keys by the light of his phone as he walked up the path to his door. No parking. Then he remembered Ozzy was with Charlotte. He unlocked the front door, stepped into the hallway and flicked on the hall light. He hung his coat on the hook and left his bag by the door. I'll deal with that tomorrow. He was too bloody tired to even put it out of the way. He climbed the stairs with the intention of having a pee before hitting the sack. Then he was damned well signing out for 12 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a thump on the floor upstairs. He paused mid-step and waited, perfectly still in the dark for a few seconds. There was another soft bump. Then the sound of a muffled voice, Emma's voice. The tone was, his best description of it was whiny. The same tone she'd used as a kid when she didn't want to do something. He slowly took another creaking step up the stairs, holding his breath to listen more closely. Maybe she was dreaming, having a nightmare? But then he heard another voice, deep and male, sternly chastising his daughter. Boyd hurried up the remaining steps, crossed the hall and kicked open his daughter's bedroom door. Her bedside light was on. She was hunched up on the floor, wearing only a t-shirt and a pair of pants. Standing over her, completely naked, was a man, his hands wound into her hair tightly and roughly jerking her around by it. The man spun round as the door crashed open, and Boyd saw it was that coiffed jerk Patrick who Emma worked with. His eyes bulged with horror as Boyd grabbed hold of him by his quiff and yanked him backwards and off balance. Get the fuck out of my house! He dragged the flailing Patrick out of Emma's room to the top of the stairs. Out! Now! He swung a kick at Patrick's bare ass as he scrambled down the stairs, but his toe merely grazed a buttock. Patrick was too quick on his feet. Boyd switched on the hall light so the bastard could find the front door more easily, then went back into Emma's room, pulling her into a hug. Emma, are you okay? Dad, she wailed explosively. Dad, what the fuck? We were just messing around, Dad. He gathered up Patrick's discarded clothes on the floor and threw them down the stairs. Get dressed and fuck off! He returned to Emma and helped her up off the floor. Jesus, Emma, for Christ's sake! She shoved him away and then curled up into a fetal ball on her bed, sobbing. Emma? What the hell? Out! 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 She screamed at him. Did he hurt you? Did he? She leant over, picked up a shoe and threw it at him. Get out! Boyd backed up out into the hallway and closed the door, utterly confused and unsure as to what his next move should be. He could hear Patrick staggering around in the hallway, grunting as he struggled to get himself dressed. Boyd took several steps down the stairs, not entirely sure what he was going to do when he got to the bottom, but the sound of his heavy steps made Patrick change his plans. Boyd heard him fumble with the front door latch, and by the time he'd reached the bottom step, the door was wide open, and he could hear the receding patter of Patrick's bare feet slapping down the pathway and into the night. Boyd picked up a bald sock and a trainer and tossed them out into the darkness after him, then slammed the front door shut. Shit. He realized he was trembling from head to toe, not with rage, but with a sudden flood of adrenaline in his bloodstream. And yes, maybe a bit of fear. Fear that he'd got it badly, badly wrong. And fear that maybe he hadn't. That another 10 minutes, and she might have been roughly forced into doing something that she really hadn't wanted to do. Something that would haunt her, damage her. He hurried back up the stairs again, lingered outside her door and listened. She was still sobbing. He rapped his knuckles against her door softly. Emma? Emma, can I come in? No, a muffled voice came back. Go away. Please, he replied. Go away, she cried. He gently cracked the door open and began to step in. Honey, Dad, fuck off, she screamed. He backed out of the room. He heard her feet hit the floor, take 2 steps, and the door thudded shut, almost trapping his fingers. Her lock snicked. Emma? Was he assaulting you? Was he? Dad, she whimpered through the door. Just go to bed. I can't just. It wasn't rape, she replied. Okay, if that's what you were about to. Just leave me alone. You've ruined my life enough for one night. He lingered by the door for a moment, horribly unsure as to what to do. Go, he heard her call out. I know you're still hovering there. He was relieved to hear that her voice had some of that normal Emma attitude to it now. Dad, I said go. He went. Chapter 28. He didn't get a wink of sleep that night. His mind kept turning over and over what had just happened, with Julia whispering cautionary caveats in his ear. His first thought in the middle of the night had been that he'd just walked in on a home invasion and sexual assault. That was why he'd behaved the way he had, initially. But then, of course, as he grabbed the man by that ridiculous bloody quiff, he'd realized it was her work colleague Patrick. Not that that for 1 second ruled out home invasion or rape. Just messing around, Emma had called out. Just messing around? But he'd already been committed to throwing the arsehole out of his house. Maybe Patrick had told her it was just a bit of fun, but Boyd had spotted the red welts on her shoulders, Patrick's fist in her hair, and he'd heard her pleading voice through the door. Maybe it was a game he wanted to play, but Emma had not sounded particularly keen. Boyd lay awake in bed, listening in the stillness of night for any sounds coming across the hallway from her bedroom. The muted sound of sobbing, the soft murmur of a conversation over the phone. There was nothing. Daylight slowly leached into the sky, along with the sound of gulls and the electric whine of an early morning delivery cart. That sound always took him back to his childhood. It was reassuring, the whine of a milk cart and the clink of bottles. Morning fully formed, and he waited for Emma to make the first move and get up for breakfast. But she was obviously doing the same, waiting for him to get his breakfast, then go to work. She was clearly avoiding him. She's still pissed with me. He got up, got dressed, and went downstairs, noisily, so that she would hear that he was up, and put the kettle on. Maybe, he thought hopefully, his clinking and clanking around the small kitchen would stir her into coming down. He wanted this upcoming conversation over and done with as soon as possible. He'd rehearsed in his head some opening lines about how there was always room for a little messing about in a relationship, which only confirmed that the whole thing was going to be mortifying for both of them. What he had seen, and he wished to God he could scrub that image from his mind, had looked to him more like control than messing around. If Patrick got his rocks off that way, then he was probably going to wind up being a complete bastard of a boyfriend. Boyd was, he reassured himself, doing Ems a favour. Maybe she'd think twice about dumping Daniel when she came to her senses. She's not going to see it that way this morning. Julia's voice. God, he missed her. She would have known exactly what to say to get through to Emma. She would have known exactly how to smooth things over.
It was 10 o'clock before he finally decided to go and get Ozzy. Emma was quite clearly planning to wait in her room until he'd left the house. He texted Charlotte to say that he was on his way over. He'd have to drop the pool car back at the station and pick up his capture before collecting Ozzy. Otherwise, the vehicle manager was liable to moan about dog fur all over the back seat. He arrived at Charlotte's front door at 5 to 11 and rang the doorbell. Chapter 29. Okaki congratulated herself on remembering to bring her wellies this morning. She crossed the upper basement floor towards the wooden stairs that hugged the brick wall and descended into the dark depths of the tower. Sully was down below on the steps to the lower floor. "Careful there," he called out. "Step on the stairs right up against the brick wall. And also, Okaki, you might want to hold on to the scaffolding in case a whole slat goes under your weight. No offence." "Wow, thanks, Sally." She shook her head. "None taken." She panned her torch into the water below. "Okay, so it's gone down a fair bit." Sully looked up at her. He aimed his torch past her to the top of the stairs. "The holes in the wall for the support beams appear to be staggered downwards at regular intervals, located at every 45 degrees, he said cheerily. "So there's the first one behind you, where I found the body. Let's call that 12 o'clock. He swung the torch round to another cubbyhole just behind him. "So, going anti-clockwise, there's 10:30, it's empty." He panned the torch ahead to where the steps descended into the ink-black water. "There's 9 o'clock." The beam of light pierced through the foggy water and lit up several slimy green bricks just below the surface. "Another half an hour of pumping, and I reckon we'll be able to have a look into it." "You sound hopeful," Okaki said, with a poorly veiled look of distaste on her face. "Yes, actually I am. If we get another complete body, we might start to get a more consistent victimology. At the moment, we have a young girl stuffed into a bag, a young woman stuffed into a hole in the wall, and a spare arm bone. It would be helpful to know if we have 3 murderers or whether it's all just one man with a broad range of hobbies." "For fuck's sake, Sally," Okaki hissed. "Are there any red lines you won't blunder over in the hunt for a laugh?" "Somebody got out of bed on the wrong side this morning," Sully commented. "It's a coping mechanism, Okaki. Either you desensitize or you derail." He looked up at her again and shrugged. "The dead are nothing more to me these days than meat and bone puzzles." Okaki could see why family liaison and crime scene forensics were departments that were kept on entirely different floors. Sully sighed. "I can't believe Elsie aren't taking a look at the last victim to be stashed here until Monday." "Last? What makes you so sure she's the last?" Okaki asked. "It stands to reason," Sully said smugly. "Victims number 1 and 2 were dropped to the bottom. One in a bag and another in pieces. Then he, or they, got wiser and started stuffing bodies into the support beam slots, presumably from the bottom up." He aimed his beam to the top of the steps, where he'd found the most recent body. "That was the last decent storage nook to disappear beneath the waterline. There are no other bodies in the tower above, therefore, I'm presuming she was the final victim to be stashed here." He spread his hands. "Easy." "Do you think there are many more support beam holes below?" Okaki asked. Sully shook his head. "A few more steps, then we're down to the next floor, which, I'm thinking, has to be the bottom. This next one is our last chance." Okaki shook her head. He really did sound excited at the prospect. "How long ago do you think she was stuck in there, the last victim?" Sully shrugged again. "It might be easiest to determine that by judging the rate at which the water level's been rising over the years." "Only if it's been flooding at a constant rate," Okaki pointed out. Sully nodded. "True. But what's your best guess from the state of the body?" Sully puffed his cheeks. 15 to 20, 25 years? "That long ago?" He nodded. "The water's cold down here, pretty much all year round.
There are no currents to disturb and break down the soft tissues. There's no wildlife in here to pick at the body. What about rats? She asked. Only if they had scuba equipment. His smile quickly faded. I didn't see any gnawing distress marks, Okaki. I could be wrong. The body could have been down here even longer than that. She nodded at where the water level was about to reveal another wooden step and another hole in the wall. So, we might find one final body at this 9 o'clock position. Hopefully, he replied. She shook her head again. Sully was like some kid, playing around in an escape room. Every nook and cranny, every scrap of bone and tangle of leathered flesh. Another exciting clue to slide into place. Sully glanced down, then up at the 2 support holes above the water. If it had been dry dirt hiding the bodies and not water, I could probably give you the precise year from the layering, but water is tricksy. We'll just have to let these girls tell us themselves then, said Okaki. Chapter 30. Hey there. Boyd offered Charlotte a little wave as she opened her front door. I'm back from the Hebrides. He thought he noticed a look of relief on her face, which she quickly replaced with a flickering smile. Come on in, she said. He stepped inside. So how's the old lummox been? He asked her, looking around. Is he still here? It's very quiet. He's been as good as gold, she replied. On cue, Ozzy appeared in the doorway that led to Charlotte's sitting room. He barreled up the hallway and into Boyd's legs as soon as he recognized him. Boyd hunkered down and rough-housed him for a few moments, bonking foreheads accidentally. He's really missed you, Charlotte said a little flatly. Boyd looked up at her. Are you okay, Charlotte? She nodded. I'm a bit tired, that's all. I didn't get very much sleep last night. Was it Ozzy? Was he being a pain? She bent over to ruffle his head. No, it's been lovely having such a gentleman stay with us, ladies. How was your trip? Not the best. We had a bumpy flight and a bumpy ferry there. I came a cropper on the first, Warren on the second, he explained. We were just about as bad as each other, I think. Did you get to interview your man? She asked. Yeah. We may well have some more questions for him later. He looked at her more closely. You do look tired. She nodded. Not only did she look tired, she looked stressed. Her eyes appeared red and puffy as if she'd been crying. Is everything okay at the theatre? He asked. Yes, works fine, she answered. Boyd was dimly aware that he knew little more about her life in general, other than her job and the fact she walked Mia on the beach a couple of times most days. Oh, and she went to dance classes. He was also aware he owed her a huge thank you for stepping in at such short notice. Can I take you out for a pint tonight? Perhaps some fish and chips, my treat? I'm not sure She really didn't look right. Her default setting was an awkward and curiously old-fashioned chirpiness. Bridget Jones meets Jane Austen. She normally had a twinkle in her brown eyes and a mischievous upward corner to at least one side of her mouth. Not this morning, though. Charlotte, has something happened? Look, it's nothing. I'm honestly just a bit tired, that's all. He would have pressed her further, because the change in her manner seemed to him to be more than having lost a little sleep. But the phone in his jacket began to buzz insistently. He pulled it out. It was Okaki. What's up? Boyd answered. I'm at the tower. We've got another body, Gav. Same as the last 2 wedged into the brickwork. Shit, another. Is Sully with you? Yeah, he's called in some more of his soccos to help. It's going to take a few pairs of hands to get the body out in one piece. It's well and truly jammed in. There's something else, Gov. What? There's graffiti. Symbols carved into a few of the bricks beside the hole. I'm coming over, said Boyd. He hung up. Further developments, he said to Charlotte by way of explanation. Charlotte nodded. You'd better go. I'm coming back later, he said, as he unhooked Ozzy's lead from a coat bag and clipped it onto his collar. And I'm taking you out for dinner. My treat, my thank you, and I'm not taking no for an answer. She nodded meekly. All right. I absolutely insist. She nodded again and opened the front door for him,
to step back outside. Chapter 31. Boyd pulled up on the dirt track outside the Martello Tower and found a place to park at the end of an increasing line of vehicles. Gavin Merchant's truck, 2 Socco vans, O'Carkey's battered old Fiat, a patrol car, a Land Rover, and now his Renault Captur perched at the end. There was no more available firm ground to park another vehicle, as the hummock of land descended on all sides into a swirling labyrinth of silt pools and grassy berms that extended to the horizon. Boyd had decided to bring Ozzy along with him. He could visit the crime scene and walk Oz along the beach nearby if there was time. 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. He looked around. The place seemed deserted, save for Gavin holed up in the cab of his truck, listening to something that sounded like Coldplay. Presumably, everyone else was sheltering inside the tower from the icy wind. He led Ozzy over towards the entrance and was about to step in when, typically, Ozzy dropped his anchors and did a must-poo now right in the middle of the doorway. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Boyd muttered, as he fumbled in his coat pockets for a poo bag. These days, most of his coat pockets contained a roll of bags on the go, but not this one, apparently. Shit. Literally. He did his best to kick the 2 nuggets Ozzy had deposited into the long grass, but only managed to roll them to the side of the doorway. Good enough. He stepped inside and saw there was a small 700-watt generator set up in the middle of the main floor, humming loudly and powering a floodlight beside it. From the rays of light spearing up between the floorboards, it looked like there were floodlights set up on the floor below too. He headed over to the open trapdoor and the ladder emerging from it, and was relieved to see there was some reinforced flooring and scaffolding down there too. He could hear voices echoing up from beneath. A woman's voice, not O'Carkey, arguing loudly with a man. "You need to leave the tower now, please, sir." "It's my fucking tower!" "I understand that, but this is meant to be a secured—" Jesus Christ! You people can't just pull this place apart like this. It's bloody vandalism. He could also hear Sully's voice, giving instruction to his colleagues. "Careful, careful, please. Mind that strut, you clumsy ape." Boyd found an old rusty iron hoop on the far wall, presumably something to do with hoisting or lowering supplies back in the day, and he secured Ozzy's leash to it. "You okay to hang out here for a while?" Ozzy cocked his head, and Boyd took that as permission granted. He returned to the trapdoor and climbed down. The newly revealed floor had been completely covered with sheets of plywood to protect the individual planks beneath by spreading the load from any ill-judged heavy footsteps. Where he'd spotted the top of a post a few days ago, there was now a handrail and steps leading down, hugging the curved brick wall. He could see a figure in a white forensic bunny suit reversing up the reinforced steps, holding one end of a light blue body bag. Another figure emerged, carrying the other end. This one was Sully. "Let's just sit her down over there for a moment," he said, pointing at a sheet of plywood close to the wall. O'Carkey emerged behind him. She spotted Boyd and smiled. "Ah, there you are. What's with all the shouting down there?" he inquired. It was loud and still going on. "It's Mr. Knight," she replied, as if that explained everything. "We had to remove some of the brickwork to get her out." O'Carkey had her nitrile forensics gloves on and was holding a wet brick in each hand. "Speaking of which," she held them out as she approached him. "These are the 2 that have carvings on them." Boyd led her over to the nearest spotlight, and she slowly angled them in the light so that he could see the grooves. "There's a pentagram," she said, "and also a swirly thing and an upside-down crucifix thing with a blob at the top. I'm presuming standard devil worship crap, right?" Boyd nodded. "Nothing that wouldn't look out of place on an Iron Maiden album cover," he replied. "You said these bricks were next to the body?" "In the wall beside the nook. We had to take some bricks out to get into the gap, and Knight threw his toys out of the pram.
Right. How was Ricky Harris? She asked.
The Prince of Bloody Darkness, he said in a poor Brummy accent. Okaki looked puzzled. Boyd shook his head and pressed on. He was pretty much what I was expecting. The love child of Keith Richards and Ozzy Osbourne.
Is he of interest still?
Very much so. I mean, he was giving us the old spent most of the 80s totally off my face on coke man shtick. He confirmed he bought the tower when he was with Dark Harvest because he thought it looked kinda cool. Okaki rolled her eyes. But he knew all about the Devil's Tower name. He summed up the Aleister Crowley story. Well, it was more urban myth, really. And she looked back down at the bricks she was holding. Boyd peered more closely at them, too. Any local kid with a penknife could have carved those, though, he said.
Probably, she replied. But probably not without seeing this body as they were doing it. These bricks were under the steps, right beside the hole in the wall. The body was stuffed in head first, wrapped in a blanket. But the feet were virtually sticking out.
The bricks were getting heavy in her hands. She set them gently down on the plywood.
Whoever stuffed the body in there could have also carved these symbols.
Boyd rolled his eyes. Well, the bricks could have been carved first, Okaki.
True.
Leslie Poole, their CSM, emerged at the top of the steps, coaxing Mr. Knight to follow her up. They were still sniping away at each other.
Like I've already said, Mr. Knight, this is now a crime scene, not an—
You clumsy vandals knocked a huge fucking hole in the side. You do understand this tower structure is fragile. You can't just—
Half a dozen bricks being removed won't make a blind bit of difference, Mr.
Knight. Boyd straightened up and walked over. Our crime scene manager is quite right. You shouldn't be down here. In fact, you shouldn't have stepped past the crime scene tape in the first place. How long are you lot going to be poking around down here? Knight snapped. I've already explained that with half the water pumped out now, there's increased pressure on the basement walls, right? Your bloody scaffolding or not, my surveyor says we need to get this empty space filled in urgently, because it's also sinking, Knight said, and tilting. The longer we fanny around, the more unstable it'll become. You lot are at risk too. How much longer are you going to need down here? Boyd looked around. The pumping had been going constantly as far as he was aware for a couple of days, and so far the water level had dropped about 20 feet. At the current rate, I don't suppose too many more days. 3, 4, he guessed. Then what? We'll want to do a fingertip search across the floor, maybe another couple of days. So a week, then? Knight huffed. Boyd shrugged. Perhaps. But that's not something I'm prepared to guarantee. If there are any stability or safety issues here, we'll get our own structural surveyor back in and shore it up some more. Knight shook his head. This is a piece of national heritage, and it's sinking into the bloody marsh. If you screw it up, it'll be lost forever.
What's the big deal?
Muttered Sully. 50 years from now, most of Sussex will probably be underwater anyway. Knight glared at him. Look, Mr. Knight, Boyd said, in what he hoped was a calming voice. We'll be as quick and as careful as we can. Another week or so, and it'll be all yours to preserve, conserve, or whatever you call it, to your heart's content, okay? Knight looked as though some of the wind had been robbed from his sails. A week? Boyd was about to add or thereabouts, but instead just nodded. Now, if you'll let Leslie escort you up and out, perhaps we can crack on with processing this body. Leslie Poole began to coax Knight towards the ladder, and as he went, Boyd almost called out to warn him about the dog turd in the doorway. Chapter 32. He spotted a lone figure, standing further up the beach. Another boy. He was throwing pebbles into the waves, trying to make them skip. He descended from the grass-tufted dunes, across the windy beach, and made his way cautiously towards him. Closer, he could see the boy was a little younger, perhaps just a couple of years. "Watcha," he said. The younger boy spun round, taken by surprise. "Oh, hello." He sounded posh. "How old are you, mate?" he asked.
An important question. 11, said the posh-sounding boy. And what about you? You're really tall. 13. Lanky, my mum calls me. Where are you from? Kent. I'm on holiday with my grandparents at the caravan place. I live round here, said the lanky one. Nothing much to do most of the time. Posh boy nodded. It's a bit boring. He had a large blue holdall on his back, arms through the handles like it was a backpacker's bag. BOAC was stenciled on the side. What's in your bag? Asked Lanky. Spare clothes in case I get wet. Oh, right. And a packed lunch. Marmite sandwiches. Orange juice. I got Dairy Lee triangles too and some sweets. Lanky shrugged. I got nothing. You can share if you like, offered Posh. Later, when it's lunchtime. Lanky smiled. Cheers, mate. He bent down and picked up a pebble and tossed it at the surf of a retreating wave. That's how you do it, when the wave's going back. Ah, Posh smiled. Thanks. Want to hang out? Asked Lanky. Posh smiled again. Sure. Is there anything to do? Lanky shrugged. Then a thought occurred to him. I know a cool place we can go. Yeah? Where? It's a ruin. Posh cocked his head. That sounded interesting. They call it Devil's Tower, said Lanky. Chapter 33. Boyd noticed that Charlotte had barely touched her seafood linguine. He'd taken her out to Brody's, a place near the Mall that Okaki had recommended. Charlotte had made a token effort. She'd plucked out a couple of mussels and pushed the pasta around her plate a bit. Boyd, however, had successfully demolished his gourmet burger and was now halfway through a side of onion rings. Charlotte, he said, finally, there's definitely something up. What's happened? It had to be something that had occurred while he'd been away, he reasoned. She'd been perfectly fine when he dropped Ozzy off. You're not right, he persisted. Even I can see that. And I'm going to keep on at you until you tell me. She looked up from her plate. I think someone's watching me. Her brows flexed momentarily, as if she was annoyed with herself for actually voicing her worry. Watching? Boyd let his fork clatter to the plate. What do you mean? Peeping Tom watching? She shook her head. No, not that. Stalking? Her eyes widened slightly. I don't know what the definition of that is, she said. But someone's been standing outside my garden. Last night and the night before. Are you sure? He asked, mentally kicking himself the moment the words left his mouth. I mean, I'm sure, she replied confidently. There were footprints in the back alley. I saw his breath. She forced a smile. Ozzy heard him too. The clever boy sent him packing the first night. And he came back the next? She nodded. I spent the night in my back room with both dogs watching the fence. What did you see? His breath, Bill. Just one cloud after another, like a smoke signal. Her voice wobbled at the end. She took a sip of her wine. How long was he there for? Boyd asked. I don't know. A while, though. Then? He moved off down the bin alley. Could it have been some, I don't know, dealer? I know there's been quite an uptick of that in the area. Charlotte shook her head. I think it's someone, her voice fluttered again, someone who knows me. Boyd leant forward so that he could keep his voice low. Brody's was a wine bar that doubled as a boutique restaurant in the evenings. It was small, with closely placed tables bearing dripping candles in wine bottles, soft, folksy music, and softly spoken table conversations. Intimate was how Okaki had mischievously described it. How do you know that? Could it be one of your colleagues at work? Have they been behaving differently around you? He'd met a couple of them. Bernard shared her office on Wednesdays when he did the accounts, rotas and payroll. Hugh managed the White Rock Cafe,
Neither of them seemed like men she couldn't handle with a firm word if they stepped over a line. To be honest, neither seemed like the type to stand out in the cold for a couple of hours either. Charlotte shook her head. It's someone I used to know. Someone from my past. Her past was a place that thus far had remained a locked box. He'd tried on a few occasions to prise it open over the last 6 months, but with little success. Charlotte had been able to firmly but gently dissuade him from pressing the matter. Who do you think it is? He asked. She shook her head, an unreadable little gesture. Was she berating herself for having given this much away or telling him she wouldn't answer? Who? He pressed. Charlotte, this is important. You must let me in. She looked at him and took a deep breath before replying, It's Ewan. Boyd waited patiently, and after a minute she continued, My ex-husband. He did his best not to react overtly. He'd been pretty certain she'd had a significant relationship in her past. There had been markers. She'd shared anecdotes from her youth, from her school days, and then funny stories from recently, her time living in Hastings and working at the theatre. But there had been a noticeable scarcity of tales from the period in between. Yes, she added, I was married for 20 years. About 10 of those, she took a large sip of her wine, were the most terrifying years of my life. Boyd pushed the remaining onion rings to one side. Charlotte, was he? Abusive, she cut in, then shook her head. More possessive. After the honeymoon period, when you're both putting your best foot forward, being the best possible version of yourself. That only lasted for a few years, and then... What? I don't know what the correct clinical term is, Bill, but for want of a better word, he went completely insane. Insane? He repeated. How do you mean? He became obsessed. With you? Charlotte stared at her food. With a girl. He kept painting her over and over. She looked at Boyd. I mean, she resembled me. She looked a lot like me. And sometimes he said it was me, but... What? I'm sure it was someone else. Someone he was trying to get out of his head and onto the canvas. So, what happened? Where is he now? I thought he might be locked away by now, Charlotte said. Either in prison or some kind of mental institution. She paused. Or perhaps even dead. Boyd could hear her voice faltering again. He reached out and took her hand. Charlotte, tell me about him. They were one of the last couples to leave Brodie's, and Boyd stated firmly that she was not going to walk back home nor call a local taxi. She was going to stay in his spare room for tonight at least. I can't, I need to go back for Mia, Charlotte said. We'll walk back up to mine, then I'll go and get her, he insisted. But you've had too much to drink. He'd had 2 large glasses of Malbec with dinner. He could still be technically over the legal limit, but by the time they'd walked back up the hill to his house and had a coffee, he reckoned he'd have metabolized at least 1 unit away. And after the story she'd just told him, he suspected his heart rate was already up a notch or 2. She accepted his offer, and they walked back to Ashburnham Road. He made them both a strong coffee, which he drank quickly, took her door key and made his way to the car. Bill, she called from the front door, be careful. Boyd gave her a cheery salute and climbed into his capture. He closed the door, and now, finally out of earshot, he let out his first unguarded response to what she'd told him. Fucking bloody hell! He took a deep breath, started the engine, and headed back down Ashburnham Road, replaying her story as he drove. She'd met Ewan in 1985 when she was just 18. Thinking back to last night's traumatic events, she'd been a few years younger than Emma. In his mid-20s, Ewan had been a charismatic artist. When she'd first met him, his star was on the rise,
catching the attention of esteemed collectors like Charles Saatchi, and in proper rock and roll style, they were married just 6 months later. His art was traditional as opposed to installation art, a term Boyd had come to associate with people who could neither paint nor sculpt. Ewan used actual oil paint on actual canvas. Charlotte said she'd been his muse, not just an artist's typical chat-up line, but genuinely. All his paintings seemed to feature her likeness in one way or another, as either the central subject or a shadowy figure in the background. Ewan's work, she said, was fashionable for about 5 years, until the likes of Saatchi turned their attention elsewhere. Then his bankability had plummeted. She'd told Boyd that the obsessive behaviour had begun around that time. His frustration with his waning career had been directed her way. Small things at first, barbed comments and bouts of jealousy whenever she left the house without him. When she'd gone out to work and become the breadwinner, it had got steadily worse. Towards the end, she'd told Boyd, Ewan had become scary, delusional, paranoid. Boyd pulled up outside Charlotte's place. There was a light on in the hallway and a lamp on in the front room, presumably left on for Mia. He noticed that her car was parked on the road outside, which made it look, he thought, to any passing stalker as though she might be in. "He was getting really frightening, Bill, before I finally managed to escape him," Charlotte had explained. She'd said that eventually she'd been frightened that he might actually kill her. She'd managed to grab a bag and get away from him. That had been 17 years ago, and she'd been hiding from him ever since. Boyd climbed out of the car into the soft amber glow of the streetlight. He looked up and down the road. Saturday night glowed from the houses in her street. Their windows flickered with wall-mounted TVs downstairs and computer screens upstairs. He spotted Mia's silhouette perched on the back of the armchair in the front room as she peered out into the darkness, her dangling Brittany ears swinging as she studied first one direction, then the other. He took Charlotte's keys out of his pocket, unlocked the front door and stepped cautiously inside. "Mia," he called softly. He heard her jump down from her perch in the lounge, and her nails click-clacked across the wooden floor into the hallway. Boyd reached up and pulled her lead from a coat hook and clipped it onto her collar. "Do you want to come for a sleepover with Ozzy, eh? Do you?" Mia stood on her hind legs and looked at him before twirling in an excited circle. Charlotte often called Mia her little meerkat. He smiled as he finally saw why. He had no intention of lingering. If Charlotte's ex-husband really was as delusional as she said, and had somehow managed to locate her, then it probably wasn't a good idea to hang around. "Right, off we go then." He led her back to the car and onto the back seat. He was about to open the driver's door when he had a second thought. If she really was being stalked by her ex, then there'd need to be some evidence presented for the police to initiate any action. Given that the only thing that Charlotte had seen was someone's breath on the far side of the fence, it could actually be anyone, a dealer, a teenager having a fag. "Since I'm here." He opened the car door and grabbed a torch from the glove compartment. Then, after locking Mia in, he made his way up the narrow street until he found a cut-through between the terraced houses, an overgrown footpath that looked as though it would be a minefield of dog crap hidden among the fallen leaves. The only illumination came from an amber light halfway down, crowded by bare branches and casting a flickering, sulphurous monotone glow of shifting zebra-striped shadows. He carefully picked his way down the path, testing the ground for the inevitable soft squelch, until he came across the opening to her bin alley. Boyd paused and listened for a moment. Again it was silent, save for the murmuring of TV sets and the gentle rustle of bushes and nettles stirred by the breeze. He could just step in, snap on his torch and see what happened. If he bellowed "police" at the same time, anyone there would most likely bolt like a rabbit. But if it is Ewan? He did a quick hazard assessment. If this bloke was 25 in 1985, he'd be in his 60s now. So, if it came to a scuffle, Boyd was probably going to have an advantage. But what if he was carrying a knife? Well, that was every man's equalizer, wasn't it? He suspected that if it was a career burglar or a drug dealer of any age waiting there, the most he'd see of them was a flash of trainers and the back of a hoodie as they made a hasty exit. Or it could be a crazy old painter with a sharpened palette knife. He pulled his phone out and unlocked it. He decided the "boo, it's the police" approach was probably the smart way to go. He raised his long-handled torch to his shoulder, stepped into the narrow alleyway, and snapped the light on. The stark beam picked out several wheelie bins running down the length of the fencing. The only movement came from a cat hopping up onto the fence and off into someone's backyard. Other than a few plastic bags and escaped recycled rubbish, there was nothing. Boyd let out a little sigh of relief. I should probably check out Charlotte's Gate. He took several steps into the alleyway, panning his torch into the gaps between the bins to make sure no one was hiding there. "Police!" he called out. "If there's anyone down here up to no good, now's probably a good time to fuck off." The cat yowled. Whether in confrontation or support, he wasn't certain.